صباح الخير. يسرنا أن نرحب بكم في اليوم الختامي من المنتدى العالمي السادس لرواد الأعمال والاستثمار 2026 الذي احتضنته مملكة البحرين في المنامة تحت رعاية صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلمان بن حمد الخليفة رئيس مجلس الوزراء. شكل المنتدى منصة عالمية جمعت قادة الفكر وصناع القرار ورواد الأعمال والمستثمرين من مختلف أنحاء العالم، حيث تحول الحوار إلى رؤى والرؤى إلى فرص في إطار رؤية مشتركة تهدف إلى تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة من خلال تمكين ريادة الأعمال وتعزيز الابتكار وحشد رأس المال لبناء مجتمعات قادرة على الصمود. واليوم مع إسدال الستار على أعمال هذا المنتدى تتجلى أهمية ما تحقق من نقاشات مثمرة وشراكات واعدة لتؤكد أن ما بدأ هنا لا ينتهي بانتهاء الجلسات، بل يشكل خطوة متقدمة نحو مستقبل أكثر استدامة وازدهاراً.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is our pleasure to welcome you to the final day of the 6th World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum 2026, hosted here in the Kingdom of Bahrain, under the gracious patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Over the past 2 days, this forum has brought together global thought leaders, policy makers, entrepreneurs, investors, and academic institutions from across the world. It has served as a truly international platform, one where dialogue has transformed into vision and vision into opportunity. Guided by a shared commitment to advancing the Sustainable Development Goals through empowering entrepreneurship and mobilizing capital to build resilient communities. As we now move to the closing day of the forum, we reflect on the meaningful discussions, promising partnerships, and forward-looking ideas that have emerged. What has begun here does not conclude with the end of our sessions. Rather, it represents a continued step towards a more sustainable and inclusive and prosperous future. We look forward to another engaging and impactful day together.
نرحب بالدكتور هاشم حسين، فلتتفضل.
ليش ما بيشتغل؟ خليه يشغله. مايك. صباح الخير. Today I can see the vibes are still there, and this is the power of entrepreneurship. I hope you have all enjoyed, of course, the day of yesterday. It was a heavy day. And I hope you have enjoyed the gala dinner where we have featured the Bahrain Creative Pearl Night. You know, pearling, it dated back into history in this region. But through pearling, we have developed what we call the pathway for trade and heritage. Because when we have been trading, we have been exchanging culture and civilizations. And today, we are here with 86 delegates and entrepreneurs, policymakers, politicians, universities, financial institutions, chambers, international organizations, and regional organizations. We are all here for you, to empower you, to facilitate your mission, because you are the future voices. You are the game changers of this world. We want to continue to have peace and development and harmony. I'm very pleased that we are having, an important delegate coming from Palestine and coming from Sudan and coming from Syria, where these countries have been suffering from conflicts. We are here today to give a message that we are with our sisters and brothers in these countries. We will help them to empower them socially and economically. So today, It's going to be a very dynamic day because we have panels, but the most important, we have B2B. I will just show to you, I will explain to you. Give me the B2B, please. You know, we don't want to leave here without achievements. We want to ensure that we learned, we exchange knowledge, but most important, we have what we call partnership. You will be having, they will distribute for you, this is what we call it a letter of intent, and we'll be following with you. Every meeting have happened here from yesterday, and what will happen today, we would like to document it. This is not a legal binding document. It is just to reflect what was the meeting is all about, you know, and what we need to do to follow up in the future. And if there is an estimated expected size of investment, also we need to document this, okay? Because today, at the end of the day, we will collect all the information. We will see the B2B would have happened, the partnership would have happened, and if there are estimated expected size of the investment which is coming from that. So I would like all of you who have side meetings from yesterday and what will happen today, we want to document this. Because at the end of the day, we're going to have a press conference, and we are going to have finalizing, and we'll read for you the 6th Manama Declaration for Entrepreneurship and Innovation to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This will be forwarded to the Office of the Secretary General, where yesterday you have seen his statement inaugurating and launching the 6th World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. Then it will be forwarded to the General Assembly in New York, where we will have a serial UN document to be translated into 10 languages and to be transmitted to 193 countries, member states of the UN system. We have been doing this for the last 10 years. What we do every 2 years, we look into to see what have been happening in the ecosystem for entrepreneurship, and from different perspectives, from the educational perspectives, from universities and from schools. And today we're going to have a panel on that, the education and what we require to do in education to enhance innovation, entrepreneurship, financial institutions. What do we need to do more for financial inclusion? How we can empower entrepreneurs for access to finance, micro or small and medium, and even smart finance, from crowdfunding to venture capital, to business angels, and to seed capital. Chambers of commerce and industry, what do they need? What do they require to facilitate more? Government institutions supporting startups and sustainability and growth of entrepreneurship. NGOs, which they are at the grassroots, where they connect and act and react with micro and small and medium enterprises. Also today, we're going to launch a very new initiative, which we call it the Trio Color, which is mainly the orange, the blue, and the green. You know, 2025 ITPO Bahrain was in charge of the global call for orange and creative economy. You know, we have, and today you will see, we'll announce the winners. They are all here today for the global call for the orange creative economy. And this year, my colleague, Mr. Dino, is here. He will talk to you about the blue economy, which ITPO Italy is going to handle the blue economy. So this year is going to be for the blue economy. But we see synergies between the blue and the green and the orange, where the talent is, and how we can tap on these talents to facilitate for them, you know, to start and to grow. So most of you are into these three sectors, the blue and the green and the orange. So this is going to be the new initiative, which will bring it to the UN, but you are going to bring that to the UN. You are the forces, you are the power which is going to lead this campaign to synergize the blue and the green and the orange. So we expect today that we are going to have the vibes, which we have it from yesterday, and I know always entrepreneurs, they have the vibes and they have the dynamic to change. We're going to have a very important session, which I'm going to be honored that I'm going to moderate this session, the future voices. You know, we're going to have about 10 to 12 delegates and entrepreneurs from different regions of the world. We want to listen to them. We want them to tell us what do they need more and how we can take that to the UN to facilitate it at the global level, how to enhance the ecosystem, to empower them to start, to grow, and to sustain. So I welcome you all together, and as I said, in the coming 6, 7, 8 hours, we are going to be all together. We need all of you to be part of this dynamic activities which we will do today. Thank you again. And thank you, the MCs from yesterday. You know,
Welcome.
You have been doing a great job. So let us continue the demarche. Thank you.
شكرا لك دكتور هاشم على جهودك وتعاونك.
Again, you know, this document will be distributed to you and will follow during the whole day that we ensure that this document is going to be filled. Thank you.
كل الشكر لك دكتور على جهودك وتعاونك الدائم المستمر وعلى هذه الجهود التي بإذن الله سوف نرى حصاد ثمارها أكيد في القريب العاجل بإذن الله. إذا نبدأ أولى جلسات اليوم وعنوانها خارطة صادرات البحرين الجسر والمحرك، تقدمها السيدة رباب خلف رئيسة التخطيط واستخبارات الأسواق تصدير البحرين.
Thank you, Dr. Hashim. To begin today's program, it is our pleasure to invite Ms. Rabab Khalaf, Head of Planning and Market Intelligence at Export Bahrain, to deliver a presentation titled The Export Bahrain Blueprint, the Bridge and the Engine.
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, welcome to Bahrain, and I hope you're having a wonderful time and enjoying the island as much as we do. First of all, I would like to thank our partners at UNIDO for providing us with the opportunity and the platform to share our story. A story that did not start 2 or 3 centuries ago, but almost from the late 14th millennium. It started with Dilman, a bustling trading hub strategically located at the heart of the Arabian Gulf, open to the world and deeply connected to regional and global markets, linking Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley. Trading goods like copper, pearls, ivory, gold, precious stones, and textiles in exchange for silver, tin, olive oil, grains, and wool. Fast forward to 2018, when an ambitious team under the SDB, aka the Small and Medium Business Development Board, to carry this legacy and maximize its potential. Through data gathering, testing various options, and refining their analysis, they transformed what was once just an idea in paper into the establishment of Export Bahrain. Export Bahrain is the kingdom's national export promotion entity. Its main mandate is to support and accelerate the international growth of Bahrain-based enterprises. It acts as a national platform that enables exporters to access new markets, build capabilities, and compete globally. Our mandate goes beyond promotion. We focus on providing practical, targeted support through market access programs, trade facilitation, financing and insurance solutions, sector-specific initiatives, and strategic partnerships. Please allow me to share a short video that highlights our role, the potential of our industries, and reflects the strengths of our talent.
في عالم تتسارع فيه التغيرات والتطورات الاقتصادية والتجارية، تستوقفنا إنجازات متميزة لعام شهد أرقام تصديرية قياسية. كل دولة عندها القدرة إنها تصنع وتصدر منتجات وخدمات تعتمد على مواردها اللي تمتاز فيها وتطرحها للسوق العالمي. بهالطريقة تحافظ على مكانتها وقوتها الاقتصادية، واللي تنعكس بشكل كبير لزيادة وتنويع مصادر الدخل والتنوع الاقتصادي.
ومملكة البحرين بمواردها وميزاتها الفريدة صنعت لنفسها مكانة تنافسية في قطاع التصدير، وهذا الشيء مو جديد علينا. المعلومة اللي يمكن كثير من الناس ما تعرفها إن البحرين من أواخر القرن العشرين وهي تستثمر في قطاعات عديدة، وركزت بشكل كبير على تنمية التبادل التجاري وتسهيله. لكن شنو الخطوات اللي اتخذتها لتنمية قطاع التصدير؟ بعد دراسات وأفكار كانت على الورق حولتها إلى واقع لمبادرة ثم إلى جهة مختصة لدعم الصادرات الوطنية. صادرات البحرين بطاقة شبابية وطنية، واللي تهدف إلى تنمية وتحفيز الصادرات ودعم المؤسسات القائمة في البحرين وتحسين كفاءة البيئة التصديرية، كما تعمل بالشغف على تيسير دخول المنتجات والخدمات المحلية للأسواق العالمية للتوسع والمنافسة فيها.
الإنجازات والنجاح اللي تحقق بالنسبة لنا مو مجرد أرقام، هي قصص ملهمة تجسد إمكانيات المؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة والعلامات التجارية المحلية المتميزة. من خلال شراكات عديدة فتحت آفاق للكثير من المؤسسات البحرينية من مختلف الأصعدة والقطاعات على مستويات محلية وإقليمية وعالمية.
As seen, Export Bahrain works closely with businesses across all sectors, supporting them at every stage of their export journey, from readiness and market intelligence to deal execution and expansion. In an increasingly complex global trade environment, we remain committed to collaboration, innovation, and sustainable growth. Through Export Bahrain and its partners, the Kingdom continues to empower its businesses to go beyond borders and build lasting international relationships. This is an overview of our key milestones. And I invite you to explore our national directory to discover the diverse, competitive products and services offered by our industries. You can scan the QR code to get the information. And finally, I would also invite you to explore the publications that highlight the success stories that we have achieved across the years of our establishment. Thank you so much.
شكرا لك. نرحب الآن بالدكتور خالد حنفي الأمين العام لاتحاد غرف العربية لإلقاء كلمته.
Thank you. We now invite Dr. Khalid Hanafi, Secretary General of the Union of Arab Chambers, to deliver his remarks.
Hello, everybody. We reached today this gathering and meeting, and actually, I believe that this version of this forum is really a successful version, because now we introduced, or you actually introduced, the concept of creative economy and working on activating this concept. Yes, Now we added a third color to our portfolio. We have the blue, then green, and now we have the orange. And I believe that the real energy and wealth for our societies are based on this, on the human resources and on the creative economy, specifically the orange economy. I have to appreciate the effort of the ITPO and of Dr. Hashim specifically for highlighting this concept, the concept of the orange economy, and being able to dig in our human resources in the region and in other regions to make this power active. Today, we're not going to talk anymore about the power and the wealth based on the natural resources that exist, or even the oil. Our real wealth in the region and many other countries based on our human resources, our youth, our orange economy. So when we talk about inclusion, as we did, we're not talking about the inclusion in the very simple concept of including people with less income. It's okay. But what we're talking about is the inclusion of the capabilities, the inclusion of the potential of everyone. It's not including the person, him or herself, but including his or her potential. This concept is really important because sometimes we suffer from what's so-called underemployment, which is that the person is employed, but his capabilities are not fully utilized. His time may be utilized, but his potential or her potential is not utilized. What we are talking about here is this. If we end up from this event by agreeing on activating this wealth based on our energy, on our potential, so this is the main wealth that these societies can capitalize on. So I ask everybody here to share forces and to work hard on mingling blue, green, and orange economies. Orange economy is really important. It's a quick win for our society, including the youth, including the women, including everybody, not just a physical inclusion, but inclusion that utilizes what can we achieve in the future. So I really happy today when I address you talking about this and to see this concept to start. I know that today we are just kicking off this. I believe that in the next version we are going to have the fruits of including people by this new terminology of inclusion. In the past we kept talking about having people here and included in terms of physical inclusion. Now we are talking about creation, we are talking about potential, we are talking about the ability of to have more and more. So what kicked off here is really appreciated. And I believe that a person like Dr. Hashim is an ambassador. Ambassador in terms of taking the ideas and touring with the ideas and keep saying that we insist on, and this is not in the Arab region, we are touring the whole world talking about these ideas. We are moving everywhere talking about this. I believe that in the next version we will come with something very tangible. I really appreciate the effort of every single person here. She or he being here to take care of changing the current status, being able to stand and say that we are not going just to be defenders against what's going on in the globe, the challenges that exist, the uncertainty. We are certain, we are believers of what we can do in the future. Thank you.
شكرا لك دكتور خالد حنفي الأمين العام لاتحاد الغرف العربية على هذه الكلمات الثرية. نبدأ الآن الجلسة الثانية بعنوان بناء منظومات قادرة على الصمود لريادة الأعمال والابتكار، ربط الأفكار والحماية الاجتماعية والبنية التحتية الاقتصادية. مدير الجلسة الدكتور هاشم حسين، رئيس مكتب اليونيدو لترويج الاستثمار والتكنولوجيا بالبحرين. المتحدثون السيدة دلال القيس، الرئيس التنفيذي للمجموعة بنك البحرين للتنمية. السيد طه أيهان، رئيس منتدى شباب التعاون الإسلامي. الدكتور أشيش موهان، المدير التنفيذي للتكنولوجيا والبحث والتطوير والابتكار والتصميم، اتحاد الصناعات الهندية. ومن تونس السيدة دوجة غربي، الرئيس التنفيذي لريد ستارت. فليتفضلوا مشكورين.
Building resilient ecosystems for entrepreneurship and innovation, linking ideas, social protection, and economic infrastructure. We now move to panel 3, which examines how strong ecosystems can enable innovation while ensuring inclusive growth and social protection. Our moderator today is Dr. Hashim, head of UNIDO ITPO Bahrain. Joining him on stage, Ms. Dalal Al-Qais, Group Chief Executive Officer, Bahrain Development Bank. Mr. Taha Ayhan, President, Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum. Dr. Ashish Mohan, Executive Director, Technology, R&D, Innovation and Design, Confederation of Indian Industry. Ms. Douja Gharbi, CEO, Red Start Tunisia. Please welcome them on stage.
Sabah al-Khair. Good morning, another time. This session is dedicated to know, in the Fifth World Entrepreneurship Investment Forum, we had a session on the ecosystem in Bahrain and how the ecosystem work. Today, we're more global. We're sorry that Mr. Ashish, I'm from India, because of the weather, his flight has to be canceled. So he's not with us here today. Because we have been looking into what we have in Bahrain, in the Arab region, and also at the global level. This is why we have Mr. Ashish and Mr. Tahayan, who will talk about the IYFC, which it is a driving force to empower youth and women in member states of the OIC, the Islamic countries. So I will start, Taha, we have to start, the rule with women, so. And we're balanced here, we're 2 men and 2 women, so we're 50-50. Let me start with Ms. Dalal Kaisi. Mr. Dalal Kaisi, we have been talking, and Dr. Khalid yesterday was talking, and today about financial inclusion and how we can ensure that we tap the financial resources, to facilitate startup and growth of micro and small and medium businesses. It is not about the capital. The capital is there, but our challenge is to access to capital. This is why we have what we call the incubation management system, which is pre-incubation and incubation and post-incubation. At the pre-incubation, we always ensure that we equip the skills and upgrade the skills of the entrepreneurs. Then, through training and through mentoring and business counseling, from an idea to a bankable business plan. But the bankable business plan, it has to also look into financial analysis, technical analysis, which is mainly the technology, and of course the marketing analysis, which goes immediately when we come to the operation setups. So the capital is not the problem. How to access capital, how to ensure that in the ecosystem, how we can reach the access of the capital. So we have to start with the entrepreneur, because even now Harvard Business School, they have always, in the recent 10, 12 years, talking about that. A lot of financial institutions now, they look into the quality of the entrepreneur rather than the quality of the business plan. So why? Because a quality entrepreneur A will ensure the success of the startup. And the opposite is that if you have a very good business plan, but you don't have a skilled entrepreneur, there is a possibility of that this enterprise wouldn't gear off. So, Mrs. Dalal, you have been a banker, for a long time, but then now you have a big responsibility in the Bahrain Development Bank to ensure access to finance. So my question to you, how do you deal with the ecosystem here in Bahrain? Of course, with UNIDO, with universities, different line ministers, and even Tamkeen, the SME fund, and other commercial financial institutions. And I know also you are having an incubator for women, this is very important for us, because after we do the mentoring, the training, the counseling, the access to finance, they need a place where they can start. And also then later on we'll take it to Duja, because she have also a good practice in Tunisia. She is an entrepreneur, and also she have her own incubator where taking all the knowledge she have and the expertise over years to bring it to the entrepreneurs. So
thank you, Doctor. Assalamu alaikum jami'an wa sabah al-khair. Good mornings, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start with thanking UNIDO to give me an opportunity to be here among a great panelists and distinguished guests. Probably I would want to reflect back on, to begin with, it's important to highlight the integrated system of Bahrain Development Bank before talking about the integrated system to a bigger ecosystem, to the larger ecosystem. So if I reflect back on Bahrain Development Bank as a group, so we are well integrated within ourselves. We are a very comprehensive ecosystem. We offer, beside the financial support, which is under the umbrella of the organization of the bank, we do offer, as well as Dr. Hashim, incubation business, and we do offer also an industrial and commercial small. In addition, under the Bahrain Development Bank umbrellas, we are responsible to a farmer market, which is in Horat Ali for people who live in Bahrain. The reason we are fully integrated, beside doing a financials or a banking role, is we're looking at the entrepreneur or the business owner from the start. As you said, there is always access to capitals, but sometimes is where they could be located. Do you need an incubation business to start with? In addition to the incubation, they would require a bit of a financial. That financial could come through an equity, or it could come through debt. And then they grow in the coming 3 to 5 years, and they move to where we have Citra Mall. They could move into a proper mall with a better financial debt and rental. And in addition, then technically in the cycle of 5 to 7 years, they are ready to move to the market. So the way I viewed Bahrain Development Bank as a group, we literally take care of the businessman or woman or entrepreneur from the start. Whether they have an idea as an entrepreneur, as a startup, they could come and get hosted in Riyadat. Riyadat is a center mainly cater for women and women business. We support them in all elements, be it a financial element, be it rent subsidies in a lower rate, be it the marketing end to end. And I think it's very crucial at the beginning because operational cost to any entrepreneur in the beginning it kills the business. So therefore we play and we come into the role by supporting all heavy operational element to make sure that they are featured well and they are ready to go to the market. Then it's come to the point whether they are ready from a financial element, and then we offer a financial support either through debt or equities. If I go an example of equity, I'm sure some would had heard about it. We have got Al-Waha Fund of Fund. It's a VC concept. We invest on fund of fund, where technically we invest on a startup, or we really invest on micro, where technically we hold hand over the coming 5 years till they become ready, exit us as an organization that supports equity, and they could either run by their own or they could technically find someone else who could buy our equity. But ultimately also we offer financial support. From a capital, as you said, Doctor, I don't think today any organization lack capitals, and SME Fund is one example of it. It's all about the readiness of entrepreneur to take debt and the readiness of the organization to handhold. Giving debt, I think, is the most easiest bet because it's going to take 30 days and you have got the debt. But then it's about the operational of that money. Does it go to the right source? Does it get used well? Does it get operationalized correctly? And what we do at our end, at BDB, usually for entrepreneur and a startup, we don't hand over the debt to them. So we don't credit their bank account with the debt. We technically keep the money with us, and we go with them based on the milestone and the KPI has been delivered on the business plan. So if there is a part of the debt is go to machineries, so we make sure there is enough code to make sure the machinery is equipped well, good standard, priced well, and we pay the supplier directly. We don't pay the money to the entrepreneur. So we make sure that we are part of the journey all the way from the beginning of the debt till the end of the debt, because sometime in the middle, circumstances could change. Even if you have got the most solid business plan and you have got the perfect entrepreneur, environmental could change and could have an impact. Here we come again as an ecosystem, whether we restructure their debt, or we look at different opportunity of doing buyout or a bailout, or have a partner that can come and inject capital into the business. But at the same level, beside the financial element, I think we have a great two platform. Riyadat Center, which is an incubation business, is a great platform for any startup would want to come and start their business, because we incubate them for 3 to 7 years, and the minute they are ready to the market, we even happy to continue host them to any other mall where technically the rent is also well subsidized. But also we play a very significant role on a skill base, which is not a CR-led or commercially led, which is farmer market is a purely a location where we support farmer and fishery. Because ultimately they don't have a CR. They have a skill that as Bahrain we want to continue support. So we offer a platform that is fully ready, equipped, and the rent is partially, is nothing. 20 dinar is hardly less than $40 in a month that they pay as a gesture to the place, and everything else it could take care of Bahrain Development Bank. Before I pause and end and open the floor, I would want to highlight capital never been a problem, I think, in Bahrain. And I think majority of the banks in Bahrain, from a capital adequacy, they are well capitalized. I think it's always an equation between having an entrepreneur who has got a solid business mind, but at the same time they are committed to the business. Because they are the driver. They could, if they're smart enough, they could always change their business plan to make sure their business continue to be viable. And SME Fund is one really great example where technically the government and the private sector came together and raised 200 million dinars in a very short time. And the 200 million dinars, $200 million, will go directly to only SME sector and entrepreneur. So capital has never been an issue. I think the readiness and the right business plan is, I think, the top of everything. Money is always there.
Thank you, Mr. Dalal. Just would like to mention that the Bahrain Development Bank, which started in the year 1991,
Thank you.
it was the first development bank in Gulf countries. But as you see, in the last 35 years, actually we have learned a lot while we have been working with the Bahrain Development Bank to ensure access to capital, especially for startups, because 25, 30 years back, this was a big issue in the Arab region that commercial banks were not taking the risk to invest in startups. But today, me myself, I have been in this journey, and if I will call it battle, in a way, that it was not easy to convince banks, commercial banks, to finance startups. Today, even here in Bahrain, we have a lot of commercial banks that have started this, especially Islamic finance, which is part of the Islamic finance itself, to ensure social and economic empowerment of youth and women. So,
I know, Dr. Hashim, sorry, I know that probably I've taken quite a lot of the floor, but then you were talking about risk. I totally have a different point of view. Actually, a startup business is not that risky, and I can prove it by number. So when I looked at, if you have the right model between the organization and the entrepreneur, the default risk become very low. And I can give you a history over the last 4 years. I've been part of Bahrain Development Bank only for the last 4 years. And because we have changed the business model and we integrated ourselves to the rest of the ecosystem, like the Ministry of Commerce and Tamkeen and all the other, we can collect data. The default rate for the last 4 years is 3% for the startup. And I think it's globally never. Globally, it's a double digit. Globally, it's around 16%. But if I want to pick up Bahrain development model that we have been built, actually the default rate is a 3% right now.
This is exactly right today. You see, this is the journey I'm talking about. But 30 years back, it was not the case, you see. And this is exactly what I'm confirming now today. Commercial and development banks, because by practice they have seen, because default rate. This is very important for the banking system, even not only for small, even for micro enterprises. And we had a very good practice in Sudan with the family bank, which they started in 2007, but they were not doing non-financial services because at that time the World Bank was refusing completely to look into non-financial services, because what they have been doing, they look into disbursement, the number of disbursement, and the return of, but then also the interest rate was very high. So from 2002, we started to ensure that we are upgrading and we are forwarding the micro entrepreneurs from the informal to the formal sector, but it has to go parallel. Financial and non-financial. So before you give even for microfinance, you have to ensure that you give them the skills, how to manage the money, because mainly poor communities, they want to get the money, they are in need of the money, but you have to show them how to make the utilization of the money so that will reduce the default rate, But Bahrain Development Bank, even they have some micro, like the fishery, the agriculture fund which you have, that mainly they get micro loans, but with a lot of supports.
Absolutely, with a zero profit, actually.
Okay. Well, that's for me, that's very inspiring that we, after 30 years, we have reached to this level and we're growing more. I will go to our brother, Mr. Tahiyan, the president of the Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum. This is a very important and dynamic organization, where they support youths in 57 countries, I believe. Mr. Taha? Yes. So tell us how you have been enhancing the ecosystem, from policies to training to incubators to access to finance.
Thank you very much, Doctor. First of all, for inviting ICYF and me to this very important panel, and also for organizing WAVE. It is our third version that we are here, and every year I'm very happy to see that there's a progress in the organization, and I also want to express my heartfelt thanks to the authorities of Bahrain for hosting this beautiful organization. First of all, such organizations are important for us, for institutions who are supporting, who are trying to creating an ecosystem for entrepreneurs, and who are trying to provide support to the entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs especially. In ICYF, we believe that both the individuals and also the institutions are important equally. From one hand, we try to offer courses and trainings and boot camps for young people especially, to give them trainings and to make them get used to the how they can become entrepreneurs if they're at the very beginning level, or if they have business plan, then we try to give them mediums for how they can actualize their potential. This is the thing that we're focusing on the individual side, because without the individuals, without investing in the education, without encouraging the education and training, and without the individuals, the institutions do not have any meaning and do not have any function. But on the other hand, also we try to build an ecosystem by creating institutions. As you know, we have already created this Istanbul International Incubation Center in the ICYF with the Presidential Office of Investment of Turkey, and with Bilişim Vadisi, Innovation Valley of Turkey. And in that incubation center, we have already graduated more than 100 startups. And in every batch, we are welcoming new startups in every quarter. And even now, we have several startups with us from the International Incubation Center here in this expo that you can visit them, you can see them. And even some startups that has already been graduated and prove that they are mature and they have international operations now are with us. They're very successful, so they are very successful examples. But also, I mean, the point that you have mentioned, and also the Her Excellency Delal Hanım has mentioned, access to the capital is very important. Access to finance is very important. So this is the second wing that we are giving emphasis and importance. We try to create ecosystems, as I mentioned. So for this, first of all, we are organizing investment summits in all around the world. In Istanbul, in Doha, in Bahrain, and in several other, in Baku, and in several other capitals of the OIC countries. We try to create and organize these investment summits to create a medium that make the finance people, the capital people, investors, the entrepreneurs, the academicians, to meet and to discuss the ideas, and there's a availability of a direct talk between the investor and the potential investor and the entrepreneur. So this is the second leg that we try to make the entrepreneurs meet with the investors. On the other hand, also at the policy making level, since we are an international organization with both wings. One wing is with the OIC as an affiliated organization, and the other wing is with the United Nations as with the consultative status, we encourage, first of all, representatives of young people to take place in this decision-making for us, and also as an institution, we are actively participating to the decision-making procedures at the international level, and also since we are very in touch with the national authorities, domestic authorities, we are at the increasing level day by day, exchanging our ideas with the decision makers. So from all angles, we try to help and support our young people and encourage them to be entrepreneurs, because you know the OIC, many of the OIC countries has huge young populations, and the main problem and main difficulty of this young population is the poverty. So alleviating the poverty is a duty for all of us. And as a youth institution, which has very limited resources, we found that the answer to this pressing issue may be the entrepreneurs. So we will continue to increase our efforts on encouraging the entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taha Yan. And other than providing all of these services, I understand also you have now an accelerator or an incubator, which in Istanbul, which you are doing it physical and also virtual. So this is very important, as I said, when you prepare the entrepreneur, when you develop the business plan, you want access to finance and technology provision, you need to provide them the continuation of mentoring and counseling through incubation systems. Thank you, Mr. Taha. I will move now to Ms. Duja Gharbi, where herself, she is an entrepreneur, she's an economic and social activist, and the knowledge and experience she have gained over the years, she's putting it in systems in Tunisia, in the region, and also beyond. So from your experience, Duja, you as a self-made entrepreneur, starting your business on your own for years, then you started to ensure that you're developing all the different stages from a startup to sustainability and growth of micro and small medium businesses. So tell us about what you have been doing in Tunisia and how you have been extending this to the region and globally.
صباح الخير جميعا. Thank you, Dr. Hashim, for inviting me. I'm happy to be in this panel, and I'm happy also to share my experience because, as you said, I'm entrepreneur since more than 20 years or 25 years. And I had the chance, the opportunity to meet you, Dr. Hashim, when you was launching the Bahraini model. And I was at the same time working as a volunteer on entrepreneurship, trying to coach entrepreneurs because I had some years experience in my field, and I launched many companies in many sectors, industry, services, and everything, many sectors, I mean. And I was very interested to understand what is behind, what is the challenges of entrepreneurs in my country and then in the region. And I remember you presented the Bahraini model, and I have until today an image in my head, the honeycomb, when you put the entrepreneur in the heart of an ecosystem. And it was first time for me to heard about ecosystem. When I launched my companies, and when I started in Tunisia, I started alone, and I had, of course, many challenges, many issues to handle, and I was not accompanied and coached coached. And when I was back to Tunis, I was like, talking about ecosystem, and nobody is yet talking about this. And you know all the story, and was trained, and we tried to introduce the program in Tunisia. And today I say to the entrepreneurs, you can't imagine the opportunity you have to be in an ecosystem. Because I know when I was in the entrepreneurship, because today I launched since 5 years an accelerator in Tunis and working a lot on this model of ecosystem, because I think an accelerator should be a catalyzer between for the entrepreneurs to connect him to all the ecosystem. And when you talk today about Silicon Valley or some places where startups are very successful, all is about a dynamic ecosystem where all the stakeholders or all the actors are trying to help the entrepreneurs to succeed. As my previous speaker said, it's about how to help them to prepare the company, but not alone, not only that. It's to connect them to investors, to banks, to NGOs, to partners that can help them grow. So my journey was really unique, because I started as entrepreneur and for long years with success and failures. I learned a lot from this, but what I learned the most is that an entrepreneur cannot be alone. He must be surrounded by people who can help him or help her, and have partnership, what we call valuable partnership, people who can support them to grow and to access to market, to access to finance. The story is all about ecosystem. So when you are in an ecosystem with the dynamic, and the entrepreneur will be pushed beyond all the opportunity can have working alone, or so you are talking about organizations, associations, you are talking about connections, and in the incubator and the accelerator, and you are working today between Tunis and Egypt. We launched another incubator in Egypt early 25. We are working on how to connect all these people in the country, but beyond, in the region also, across countries. How we help them prepare their data room to be ready to present their project and their investment to investors, to bankers, or whatever the kind of financial mechanism they need, and also to connect them to get to be in the market, to get access to market, which is more important sometimes than money, because if they know their market and they have access to market, they are able to raise funds, whatever the kind of mechanism they need or they can have to. And also we help them to be connected, to be in the network, and this network is usually composed of clients, suppliers, investors, and many people like here. It's very important to participate in this kind of programs, of projects, and of events, because we meet people, and the networking is very, very important for an entrepreneur, because we can meet people who can take the company from one place to another, and to help them to grow, especially internationally.
Thank you, Duja. I just wanted to, also very important, Duja, you have said, when we start a business at the domestic level, and then when we grow, we need to expand. So we call it from local to global. And as you see in Export Bahrain, for example, this also enhancing the ecosystem, because ensuring that entrepreneurs, they will export their products. You know, they will they will compete with other markets, you know. So you have to ensure, because the problem many times we in UNIDO is not the non-exporting companies. The problem of, there is no problem for the exporting companies, the problem of the non-exporting companies. And this is to ensure that they move from global to local. We're sorry we started late because there was an accident in the highway, and I know we're going to have another session on the role of education, mainly university schools, because this is very important, you know, that you have to prepare the students at the school level and even at the universities, and even coming from R&Ds, they will access the market. So let me just to go back quickly to ask also the panelists, because this is what we do. What do we need to do more to enhance the ecosystem at the local level, the regional, and the global? Mrs. Dalal.
Sure, probably from a local point of view, if I look at Bahrain model, I think it's very solid. The ecosystem is very great. We are well integrated, be it the financial industry, be it Ministry of Commerce, be it Temkeen. I think the ecosystem is there and very supportive. I think one thing that probably the entrepreneur need to look into is basically, I totally agree with Duja, is basically look for a mentor. Look for someone who to push you out of the way you operate. And there are enough mentors, part of Bahrain Chamber of Commerce, who are very successful businessmen. The question would be how we integrate the entrepreneur and the startup with the seasoned businessman to help them on their journey. I think if we can do something around that, Doctor, would be very great, because there is enough businessmen on the Chamber of Commerce are willing to help. How we can create a bridge between Chamber of Commerce and entrepreneur and people who want to start an idea.
Thank you. Great. Taha, Brother Taha, what do you think, what do we need to do more to enhance the ecosystem in OIC members for entrepreneurship and innovation?
Thank you very much. I mean, once we're talking about entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs, I think first of all, we're talking about a huge and a vast topic, because I mean, almost everything that we can imagine as can be dropped under this one title: entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs. I mean, it can be a bakery, or it can be unicorn. It can be, I mean, now Alphabet or Google has started as entrepreneurship, but also a local tea house can be counted as entrepreneurship also. So first of all, I think we have to understand what is entrepreneurship and what we are talking about, because it's also the correct for I mean, depends on the time and locality. Entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs can be diversified as well. For OIC countries, the competitions with the global market is important, because our entrepreneurs in several, especially in the priority areas, field of activities, has the enough skill sets for make competition with their global competitors. For example, let's take one area of priority, defense sector. In several OIC countries, we are witnessing that there are very beautiful examples, but since they are not have enough access to the global market, they lack of the skill set of competition. So even though they have potential to become unicorns, because of the lack of the skill sets, they cannot become the realization of their actual potential. The third thing is the literacy of the finance. I think this is very important for all kind of entrepreneurs and all kind of entrepreneurial items, because lack of literacy of the finance and economics is the biggest barrier for a person to access to the finance or capital. So we must increase the literacy of finance and economics at all levels for everyone. I think this is very short that I can talk about what we should do. Increasing the competitiveness, increasing the literacy of finance and economics, and identify the entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurial depend on the locality and the priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Taha. Duja.
I think what's important today is that the ecosystem itself work together to respond to the needs of entrepreneurs. I look in Tunisia, actually, things are moving a lot. We have a very dynamic ecosystem, but the economy is changing. We are more oriented services, tech services, and so on. And I see that, for example, we are missing a specific mechanism who is respond to these new needs of entrepreneurs. And access to market also stay a very, very big challenge for entrepreneurs. So what the ecosystem should do is to work together to find, tune their products and services and mechanism. I mean, we need to have like more innovative financial mechanism to respond to the new needs of these new entrepreneurs working a lot on technology, on services, and so on, and to find out also how we can help them to have the good way to go international, especially in Tunisia, because we are a very small country, so we need obviously to look international. So the ecosystem should be more connected and more working more together to offer the best solution, the best services for entrepreneurs. And this is good not only for entrepreneurs but also for all the economy. We will support the right sectors and the right entrepreneurs, and we can sustain the businesses and the economy.
Thank you very much. Let us give a big clap for the panelists, which we have learned a lot with them. Can we have just a group photo?
Sure.
Can they put it there in the middle?
ادوني قلم.
اتحاد الغرب. You know, as we say, we're very interactive, but we're going to have a quick signing ceremony between the Union of Arab Chambers and EZ Foundation and UNIDO. This is how to boost investment between big corporates and how we bring it to small and medium enterprises. تفضل دكتور خالد تفضل. We need one more chair. We need one more chair. يعني. وين الجماعة دول؟ You're witnessing? Yeah. Okay. Another check.
إذن نشهد الآن توقيع اتفاقية بين اتحاد الغرف العربية و AC Health Foundation. إذن كل التوفيق لكم وشكرا جزيلا. إذن كل الشكر والتقدير لمدير الجلسة السابقة دكتور هاشم، المتحدثين على الطرح العميق والنقاش المثمر الذي أثرى فعلا هذا المنتدى وأغنى محاوره. نبدأ الآن بالجلسة الرابعة بعنوان الابتكار من المنبع، تمكين تعليم ريادة الأعمال والبحث العلمي وبناء القدرات. وستكون كلمة رئيسية لبيان مسجل من الأستاذ تشيلزي ماروالا رئيس جامعة الأمم المتحدة، مديرة الجلسة الدكتورة سارة الجزار المستشارة الاقتصادية الأولى في الاتحاد وعميدة كلية النقل الدولي واللوجستيات الأكاديمية العربية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا والنقل البحري. والمتحدثون الدكتور أمير رضا عميد التعليم العالي كلية بابسون، والأستاذ الدكتور رياض حمزة رئيس الجامعة الملكية للبنات، الدكتور عبد القادر محمد أحمد عبد الله أستاذ وعميد مشارك جامعة لوسيل، الدكتور ياني دومينيز أستاذ مشارك في التمويل وإدارة المخاطر كلية كلود لنتير الأعمال جامعة غرب لندن، السيدة فدوى سليمان حسين المدير العام لأكاديمية سليمان حسين، والسيد محمد الفارس مستشار مركز الاستشارات والتدريب جامعة الخليج العربي. فليتفضلوا مشكورين.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists of the previous session. We now continue with panel 4, Innovation at the Source, Empowering Entrepreneurship Education, Research and Capacity Building, which focuses on the role of education, research institutions, and capacity building in shaping the next generation of entrepreneurs. We begin with a recorded keynote message by Professor Chilzi Maralwa, Rector at the United Nations University. To continue the discussion, we would like to invite our moderator and panelists to the stage. Dr. Sara Al-Gazzar, Senior Economic Advisor at the Union, Dean of the College of International Transport and Logistics, Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport. Our panelists, Dr. Amir Rida, Dean of Global Education, Babson; Professor Riyad Hamza, President, Royal University for Women; Dr. Abdul Qadir Muhammad Ahmed Abdallah, Professor and Associate Dean, Lusail University; Dr. Yani Dominus, SFHEA, Associate Professor, Finance and Risk Management, University of West London; Ms. Fadwa Sulaiman Hussein, Director General, Sulaiman Hussein Academy; Mr. Muhammad Al-Faras, Advisor, Arabian University, Center for Consultancies and Training. Please welcome to stage.
والآن نبدأ بعرض كلمة رئيسية لبيان مسجل من الأستاذ تشيلدي ماروالا رئيس جامعة الأمم المتحدة.
We begin with a recorded keynote message by Professor Chilzi Marolwa, Director of the United Nations University.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guest speakers and participants. My name is Chidi Zimarala, and I have the privilege of serving as Rector of the United Nations University.
إذا نبدأ الآن بالجلسة. تفضل.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Professor Marwala, for your insightful intervention, and which highlighted.
Sorry. أوكي نعتذر نشاهد العرض.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guest speakers and participants. My name is Chidi Zimarala, and I have the privilege of serving as Rector of the United Nations University and Under Secretary General of the United Nations. It is an honor to address you today for the 6th World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. Although I regret that I cannot join you in person, I'd like to warmly congratulate UNIDO ITPO Bahrain on its 13th anniversary. For 3 decades, the office has played a vital role in mobilizing financial, technological, and educational resources from the Arab region in support of developing economies. The impact which this sustained commitment has had is truly commendable and inspiring. The World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum exemplifies this mission by fostering partnerships that advance sustainable industrial development and inclusive prosperity. As the 2030 deadline for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals approaches, the change driven by entrepreneurs and small businesses is an essential tool to address the world's most pressing challenges. By expanding access to finance, encouraging innovation-driven growth, and investing in capacity development, we can create the conditions needed for entrepreneurs to thrive and for local communities to compete in the global economy. I'm particularly encouraged by the forum's focus on empowering youth, women, and persons with disabilities. Creating pathways for young entrepreneurs allows us to harness the energy and creativity of a generation determined to build a better future. Removing barriers for women in business unlocks often hidden talent that represents half of our global potential. Ensuring equal access for persons with disabilities enriches our economies with diverse perspectives and untapped expertise. Inclusion in all its forms should not be disregarded as a driver of innovation and resilience. As Rector of the United Nations University, I am especially mindful of the vital role that education and research institutions must play in this agenda. Universities are spaces where theoretical research is translated into applied innovation. The most successful entrepreneurial ecosystems are those where academia, industry, and government work in concert, ensuring that the brightest ideas reach those who need them the most. Forums like this one remind us that no single sector can achieve the SDGs alone. And I especially encourage you to think boldly about the partnerships and solutions we can co-create together. I wish you productive discussions and look forward to the insights that will emerge. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, Professor Marwalla, and actually this insightful keynote highlighted that innovation and entrepreneurship no longer optional additions to education, its core pillar of sustainable development, and that's why this panel is very important. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm honored to moderate this session today and to be joined by distinguished academic and practitioners, and I look forward to a very rich and engaging discussion. Building on this perspective, we will now move into our panel discussion with our first speaker, Dr. Amir Reza, Dean of Global Education, Paspun College. Dr. Amir, as Dean of Paspun Academy for the Advancement of Global Entrepreneurial and Learning and Dean of Global Education at Paspun College. Under your leadership in Paspun, we know that Paspun is recognized worldwide for embedding entrepreneurship across disciplines, and we are very delighted to have you today with us. From Paspun's experience, what are the most critical shifts universities must make today to move from teaching entrepreneurship as a subject to embedding it as a mindset and capability across disciplines?
Well, good morning. Thank you for the introduction, and it's an honor to be here at the World Entrepreneur Investment Forum with you all in Bahrain. I appreciate the invitation and the ability to speak a bit. At Babson, we have spent over a century thinking and refining what it means to educate the next generation of entrepreneurial leaders. And it's not just about teaching, as you mentioned. I think for us it has been, how do we live that? How do we live the methodology, the pedagogy, and a way of preparing learners to engage with a very uncertain world with a great deal of scarcity. So for us, entrepreneurship is not a course, it's an institutional posture. To build on this, and I think to think about how we might scale this, I have prepared here, based on our entrepreneurship education pedagogy, 4 shifts that we might consider for universities, because it needs to go beyond just the business students that come from all disciplines, and regardless of the careers aspirations that they have. So the first shift that I would say is moving from teaching about entrepreneurship to teaching through entrepreneurial practice. Most universities are still thinking about teaching entrepreneurship through the business disciplines, or perhaps like other disciplines where they're looking at traditional lecture, perhaps assessments like exam. But what we believe is important is moving beyond that through a philosophy that emphasizes entrepreneurial thought and action, an action-based pedagogical approach in which students learn by doing and engaging directly with uncertainty. Effective entrepreneurial learning requires practice-oriented experiences, not just exposure to theories. So replacing linear business model learning, for instance, with rapid prototyping, experimentation, customer discovery, and real-world problem solving could be a way to do that. Ultimately, we want to elicit teaching students how to act under conditions of great uncertainty with great scarcity, perhaps, to help them develop confidence and skills central to entrepreneurial mindset. Secondly, I would say we need to move from entrepreneurship as a department to an entrepreneurship as a campus-wide capability. Imagine that in just a few weeks, we have a cohort of educators, provosts, associate provosts, deans, professors, center directors coming together to imagine a 5 to 6, maybe 5 to 10-year strategy for their institutions to build an entrepreneurial education ecosystem. We have such a program that we're offering in order for institutions to do just that, because what we're seeing at the moment is this structural shift that's needed so that we can distribute this structure. It's no longer possible to have an entrepreneurial ecosystem through one center, one department, or focusing only on business students. I think cross-disciplinary integration is critical. Entrepreneurship minors perhaps open to all students from all different majors as a way to do that, especially involving non-business faculty to engage in it. Shared language, so a common entrepreneurial language or vocabulary that's adopted by professors from sciences, the arts, the humanities, as well as the business disciplines. And then I think aligned incentives also. We have to think about how our professors are incentivized through the tenure track or through other means, and not only incentivizing for them to have opportunities to learn about entrepreneurial education, but also have industry connections. Third would be from isolated programs to an integrated entrepreneurship ecosystem. What do I mean by that? So it seems to me that entrepreneurship education can grow much faster and scale in ecosystems, as opposed to teaching entrepreneurship in a certain class, for instance. So the importance of connecting our students and our educators to a broader network of opportunities, mentors, and resources. So 3 quick examples. I think co-curricular agents here. So what we have, engines of co-curriculum, things like accelerators, incubators, and of course maker spaces, pitch competitions that are offered on a year-round basis, not just once a year. Strong external linkages to government entities, to mentors, to current entrepreneurs, to businesses, to NGOs, to venture capitalists. And of course, community-based learning. When students engage in solving local problems, that's where they learn the most because it's very relevant. Just a quick example to share with you. We have a consortium of universities called the Babson Collaborative. Today there are 43 universities in that, representing 31 countries. Each year we provide the universities a toolkit to conduct a global student challenge in which the students are ideating local business ideas that address UN Sustainable Development Goals, which I see are very relevant to this forum. What we have seen is a growth in the number of students, where today we expect that this academic year we will have 4,000 students from 30 countries participating in these. And oftentimes I'm asked, how successful are these businesses? And I respond, as educators, I think you're missing the point. The point here for us is not to churn out new businesses, but to help young people develop skills and confidence that they can solve local problems through their entrepreneurial mindset. Finally, last is for me is from student skill building to institutional transformation. We are lecturing to our students that its entrepreneurial mindset is important, but yet as institutions ourselves are not very entrepreneurial. So structural changes within institutions, whether it's faculty training outside of the business school, especially for entrepreneurial mindset development that's cross-disciplinary, adaptive governance so that we can be more nimble as higher education institutions. We haven't historically been that. And then culture building. How do we celebrate entrepreneurial mindset in all of its aspects, in all its ways on our campus so that we can empower the next generation? Ultimately, I want to wrap up because I know we have a full panel here and I want to have a full discussion. I think it's important for us to think about Babson's experience that the most critical transformation is this: move from teaching entrepreneurship as knowledge to be transferred to cultivating entrepreneurship as a mindset to be lived. When universities make this shift, both structurally, culturally, and pedagogically, They not only prepare students to go out there and be innovators, but they become job creators, and they learn how to navigate a very uncertain world with all the changes that we see on our horizon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Amir. From Babson experience, we highlighted the importance of the mindset and the institutional culture. And that leads us to the question of how such a vision is translated into curricula, programs, and national priorities. And that's why we have the second speaker, Dr. Abdelkader Mohammed Ahmed Abdallah, Professor and Associate Dean, Luzial University. Dr. Abdelkader is recognized as a leader in business management and finance, has contributed to curriculum development and entrepreneurship initiatives, including Entrepreneurship Center at the University of Khartoum. Dr. Abdelkader, how can universities balance academic rigor with market relevance, especially when designing entrepreneurship programs that respond to national development priorities?
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good morning, or almost good afternoon to all of you. And I'm quite happy to be participating in this forum. Before I start, I would like to say thank you to OPTI, Bahrain, because they are helping us very much in establishing the first entrepreneur center at the University of Khartoum. And they were so much involved with us until the political unrest. And we hope things will settle down and then we will resume activities in the near future. Going back to the question, and before I start answering the question, for me it is a typical exam question, how to balance academic rigor with practice or relevance. But let me start with the title of the forum, or this is special, which innovation at the source. For me, it is not technology, it is not capital, it is how universities can connect the academic curiosity with entrepreneurial action, i.e., this requires when you design a curriculum or a program in entrepreneurship, there should be research, teaching, real solved problems to reinforce each other's, where the intellectual ability will inform practical innovation, and the national challenges will strengthen the scholar's relevance. To answer the question, because the question says that we have to do academic rigor, and at the same time we have to be relevant, and this is the challenge. I will frame my answer around the shifts the professor almost said, and the first shift we have to think about, always you find people, you are very theoretical, you are too academic. So the first shift has to be, if you move from academics to reality, I would like to say the following. Rigor does not conflict with reality. In fact, the academic rigor will be very strong if you let learning coming from real world. This is one. The other thing, when you design the program, you have to think about the national development issues or challenges, the sector priorities, and also the local market gaps. So instead of following what we call the generic model of teaching or designing the program, we have to think about courses that are more relevant to the national development of emerging economies, SMEs, financial inclusions, the digital economy, and so forth, Islamic finance. And at the same time, we have to allow our students to work on real life cases and also on industry data and policy challenges. If we do that, then we can ensure rigor is coming from analysis, from research, and from evidence, and not from abstract. And I can say simply, rigor is not weakened by relevance. It is tested by relevance, because if you would like to test your theory, you have to put it into practice. So rigor is not weakened, it's not becoming weak if you, but if it is relevant, that's what matters. So when we are our students who are very much vested in academia with strong analytical models, and they use these models to solve real world problems, then we achieve both rigor and achieve market relevance. So this is the first shift. The first shift, and also you have to balance the two aspects together, is the ecosystem. As the professor said, the ecosystem has to be, when we develop our curriculum, it has to be embedded in the curriculum. And when we say the ecosystem, we are talking about financial institution, industry, practitioners, and incubators. All these are our regulators, development agents, financiers, investors. How can we involve them? We can involve them through co-teaching. Why not? They come and teach on the program. And here I would like just to recall one experience. We have one project on the MBA, project management, and we introduced one with a non-PhD to teach. And there was so much resistance from our faculty. How can someone without a PhD teach you the MBA? And it proves at the end, when we will assess the instructor and the course, he scored the highest score in the evaluation, which means the ecosystem, when they are involved in the delivery, the program becomes relevant. As an instructor, we are responsible for the assessment tools. For the course, we design the academic content. But for the delivery, we can have co-teaching, military, internship-based projects, and so forth. So in this case, the balance is coming from co-creation and not compromise. We are not going to compromise the academic rigor because we would like to get involved other people. No, we are making it through co-creation. And the third shift we have to make, which we have to design the entrepreneurship program, taking into consideration the following questions. What sectors are we trying to grow? Where do employment jobs exist? What are, for example, what local innovation are required? If you answer these questions, this is definitely will lead you, will contribute directly to the development of SMEs, will also go into agribusiness, digital economy, and this is in emerging economies, this is what we need. So far, this also will lead to a better curriculum, very relevant. Then how do I achieve academic rigor? Through research based on research, teaching based on research, and also through structured incubation models, through what we call data-driven analysis. And also we have measurable learning outcomes. The last shift you have to talk about, we don't want to teach in entrepreneurship. We have to provide or generate knowledge for entrepreneurship through research, applied research, policy research. Policy research can be in the innovation labs, it can be in the startup research centers. And in this way, universities becomes engines for innovation and not classrooms. Okay? And if we do this, then our academic rigor makes the market relevance. To sum up, I would like to say the following. If we believe in this title, innovation at the source, we have to invest upstreams. We have to invest upstream. And when I say upstreams, we have to invest in classrooms, in educators, in curriculum, and in grounded research. In this case, then we can succeed. because entrepreneurship does not or doesn't begin with capital. It begins with knowledge and capabilities. And this is where the classroom will bring. The last comment I would like to say, if universities can integrate the rigorous scholar with the economic challenges, with the strong partnership, and with national priorities, they will move definitely from skills training to produce graduates who are not job seekers, but job creators and system builders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Abdelkader. So, beyond the curricula and policy alignment, entrepreneurship education must also address who is included in this ecosystem and how access is translated into real opportunities. And that's why we have our next speaker, Professor Riyad Hamza, a leader in higher education and education policy in Bahrain and GCC. He is currently the president of Real University for Women. Professor Riyad, how can universities play a more active role in empowering women entrepreneurs, not only through access to education, but through ecosystem linkage, mentorship, and market exposure?
First of all, thank you very much for having me here with this great panel. Thanks to Dr. Hashim Hussein. The Royal University for Women is a young university. It's been established around 25 years. And I'm very happy to see here the Babson University. We have a lot of cooperation, and we have student visits from Royal University of Women to Babson. The Royal University for Women is exclusive for women, at least for the undergraduate programs, and we have programs that varies from business, law, architecture, technology, and also we have fashion, marketing, and exciting programs that a lot of our young women find it interesting. Now, we make sure that our students are getting the right education, competitive knowledge, and so on. We always take our time when we are establishing our programs, that we seek a lot of academic, market, visibility studies. So we go into rigorous looking at what's available, what's needed in, whether it's in Bahrain or in the region, and so on. And that's why we make sure that the programs, when we start a program, we know that there will be students coming in because of those studies. The university really works hard to make sure that women, Bahrain and the region, have their chances to excel. Let me just share with you one of the initiatives that the Royal University for Women started 3 years ago, and that is the university provides scholarships that's a 70% discount of the fees just for women that wants to go back to university schools. There are women that for one reason or another could not finish their education. So they stayed home for whatever reason, children, financial. Now we are telling them, come back, and we have this special program for you. And we put them into the right path. We find that very successful. So what we try to do is to have an ecosystem within the university that enhances this dynamic role of women in society, in business, in entrepreneurship, in creativity, and so on. Now, the programs we have also are supported by advisory committees. These advisory committees are people from academia, from industry, from businesses, and so on. These, they have a say in how the program is run, and the curriculum, and so on. And that's why we keep our programs dynamic and going forward always. The university also, we try to enhance, encourage research. Without research, a university or a business cannot go further for only, well, maybe for a short while. So what we did is that we started and we established a center dedicated for women research. It's a women research center, and that discusses or encourage research in different disciplines. The center had conferences, annual conference. In the last 2 years, we had huge success with our conferences, with Women and Society, that covers topics in business, in law, in fashion, and all these that can be of interest to women entrepreneurs and to women in the region. And we had something like 175 papers last year. These are research papers that would be published for different women researchers in the region and Bahrain, of course. So this is the ecosystem we try to create at the university. Curriculum that is advanced, go forwards. We have, we give the student the experience of excelling and creating and innovating with staff members. We also give them the chance to travel. We have our students traveling to different places, France, Italy, and the United States. So we believe this to enrich the student experience will give them ways of thinking of new ways for entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship and so on. The university also, we always keep an eye on the global entrepreneurship dynamics, what's happening in the world. And also, we, with the Women Research Center, we had produced the GEM report, the Global Entrepreneurship report, which Bahrain did very well, ranked 7th globally. So we also keep our eye on the competitive part of what we do and what women do in Bahrain. There are a lot of things. I don't want to take too much of time, but it is it's a beautiful place where women can really excel. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Riyad, for highlighting inclusion and ecosystem connectivity. As entrepreneurship moves from ideas to implementation, normally they face uncertainty, risk, volatility, areas where education often falls short. That's why we have today in our panel Dr. Yani Dominiz, Associate Professor, Finance and Risk Management at University of West London. With over 27 years of experience, his work focuses on financial literacy, risk management, and resilience as core capabilities for entrepreneurs navigating uncertainty. My question, Dr. Yani, what role should financial literacy, risk management, and resilience thinking play in entrepreneurship education especially in preparing entrepreneurs for uncertainty and volatility that we face nowadays?
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Ghazar, and my esteemed colleagues in this panel. I really enjoyed all the speeches so far, and from my point of view, I borrowed from Steve Jobs his favorite number 3, which he always postulates that people remember 3 things. So that's why I wanted to bridge the survival to strength with the 3 items. First one is the financial literacy. Then we have the risk management that, as a professor and practitioner as well, I'm very intimately connected with it. And finally, resilience, or better attuned staying power. And I will finally bridge it with a very successful story which connects with Professor Hamza's prolific work in the Royal University in Bahrain, and Dr. Neha Al-Nagar, which I have been very fortunate to have met as well. And it builds on a success story for women entrepreneurs at the University of West London. So let me begin with a quick question. How many brilliant business ideas in this region and around the world never failed, but simply ran out of oxygen? This is a very important question. Dr. Shaib, Duja Garbi, all of the people who are very intimately connected with entrepreneurship would have seen it numerous times. And so I mention this because this is not because the founder lacked talent, but not because the market disappeared, but because one shock came too early. One shock came too early. One cash flow gap came too fast. One risk was never seen. So in today's world, entrepreneurship does not die loudly, but it fades quietly. And that is what capability prevents. Why this moment matters. I have been honored to have been here, invited once again. I may have said something that people liked in the previous wave, but through Dr. Hussein's prolific, dynamic, and path-connecting leadership, I'm very grateful to be here again. There's always an unsung hero, and I have to also mention Afif Barhoumi, who is also everywhere behind, helping and being a very strong force. So I'm very fortunate to have been knowing both of them. But let me not take more of your time. The Gulf and MENA region stand at historic crossroads. Diversification is accelerating. Digital industries are expanding. Youth ambition is rising. Royal women entrepreneurs, they see this all the time. Women's entrepreneurship is growing, and yet uncertainty is rising with it. So we have climate volatility, capital fluctuation, geopolitical fragmentation, and cyber risk. So this is how the business environment is defined right now. Dr. Amir also mentioned from Babson, which I have very, very sweet memories from friends from Athens College and the American school I graduated from Athens, have studied at this famous institution, and they speak about this environment. Let me be direct. Entrepreneurship without capability does not create prosperity. It creates fragility. So the core argument is that most businesses do not fail because ideas are weak, but 3 things. Money is misunderstood, so entrepreneurs don't fail because they can't add, they fail because they don't get to know how to read, plan, and execute and govern the financial life of their enterprise in a volatile world. Volatility, risk is my territory as academic in this area, and so it's very close to what I teach and in my heart. So if we want strong economies, we must first build strong entrepreneurs, because fragile enterprises create fragile livelihoods, and fragile livelihoods weaken societies. So, Dr. Al-Ghazar, first to my pillar, number 1, financial literacy. So, it's not simply bookkeeping, financial literacy. It is economic navigation. So, it is knowing how to price under inflation, how to survive cash droughts, the cash flows, and how to grow without collapsing. And we see that cash flow failure remains leading cause of business death. And so when entrepreneurs master financial thinking, fear turns into strategy. Duja Garbi knows much more about that than me. I have been a practitioner, but now I'm in the academic world, and I still speak with people like her and others who see it all the time. Fear turns into strategy, and strategy turns into confidence. That is why financial literacy is not personal enrichment, it's national infrastructure. These things resonated very close to my heart, so I made sure that my words are, I hope I don't keep you and I don't bore you to death, but some of these things, I find them very important. So, pillar number 2, risk management. Risk is not the enemy of entrepreneurship. Blind risk is. So, as when I was in Mellon Bank and so on, we used to advise CalPERS, the California Public Employees Retirement System, and all these famous practitioners that there is a risk budget. They can't, on an ad hoc basis, and they were managing billions, create a new risk. The budget is existing one. They have to take it from somewhere else. They have to know, we deploy more risk. Yanni, tell me where to put it. Yes, but where do you take it from? So successful founders are not reckless. They are deliberate, and then they deal as soldiers or as officers. What could break me? What could scale me? What must I protect? So risk management is not paperwork. It's foresight and courage with calculation, which I like to say. And the pillar 3, resilience, or staying power, which is a bit more resonant word. So resilience is not working harder. I was telling my children who said, oh, we have to study harder, we have to do the double base. Dad, my son George, work smarter, George. I was telling him before the crisis arrives. Not simply harder. It is buffers that you put, diversification and learning systems, and ethical leadership. And because research shows that resilient firms do not just survive shocks, they emerge stronger. This is what even Muhammad Ali was saying. He was keeping his strongest punch for the end. He allowed them, even though he could stop them, to punch him. But he was jump like a butterfly, and he said sting like a bee at the end. And that's what he was. The human proof, and now this is my sweet point, very close to my heart. My colleagues at the Westmont Enterprise Hub in West London made a very big, punchy story. They ran a community-based program for women entrepreneurs. 50 women, many excluded from finance, many balancing business with family, many operating informally. One participant arrived with an idea and not even a bank account. 8 weeks later, she had a registered company, paying clients, financial projections, and a support network. I think this is beautiful. I can only use this word. She told us, for the first time, I feel in control of my future. And a lot of the people, not only women perhaps are more fragile in this respect because they might have had someone who told them, no, you cannot do this, or you shouldn't do this, you should stay in this corner or that corner. But everyone needs someone to encourage them because we have much more than we think we have. And someone with the right attitude and a nice, right tone of voice, as my mother always says, the tone of voice, Yanni. I don't know if I succeed, but Mom, stay healthy. So multiply that by 50, that is development, resilience, and the capability in action. And that model is now nationally recognized and internationally transferable. I won't keep you much longer. So, the regional relevance for the Gulf and MENA region, the message I think is clear. Entrepreneurship policy must move from 3 things again. Inspiration to capability, access to mastery, funding to sustainability. And through partnerships between universities, governments, investors, and communities, how visions become realities. So, dear colleagues, dear participants, financial literacy creates viability. Risk management, especially after 2008 with Lehman and so on, creates stability. And staying power creates durability. Together they turn entrepreneurship from survival into strength. And with a little parable, we cannot control the storms, but we can build stronger ships, we can train better navigators, and we can ensure that when uncertainty comes, which will definitely come, our entrepreneurs do not sink, they lead, they adapt, and they rise. if we invest in capability today, we secure prosperity tomorrow. Thank you very much for listening to my rant.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this nice intervention.
I hope I didn't keep you for too long.
So that brings us to the next piece of the puzzle. How education and the training translate into employment opportunities, adaptability, and future-ready skills in fast-changing labor market. And that's why we have with us today Mr. Mohammed El-Faris, advisor, Arabian Gulf University, Center of Consultancy and Training, over 20 years of experience in international relations, innovation, and capacity building. And he brings a practical perspective on how education and innovation can drive inclusive and resilient growth. Mr. Mohammed, from your perspective, how can capacity building programs better respond to changing labor market and equip professionals with future-ready entrepreneurial skills rather than static qualifications?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Sarah, and good afternoon to everyone. First of all, allow me to thank UNIDO and specifically Dr. Hashim and Mr. Afif for inviting me and involving me in this rich session. And I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their insightful and very rich content that they drew the roadmap for us to elaborate on our perspective more. When we talk about capacity building in today's labor market, I believe we must shift our perspective. Too often, capacity building is seen as training people for existing role, a pipeline of qualification that is set there and people go through it and they think this is capacity building. But in a world where markets are changing faster than curricula, that approach is no longer enough. Going back to international perspective and reports, according to the World Economic Forum A Future of Jobs Report 2025, 44% of workers' skills will be disrupted by 2030, with adaptability, analytical thinking, and creativity most in demand. The OECD's Skills Outlook 2025 warns that unequal access to training and widening labor gaps will increase. Capacity building must therefore shift from simple skills training to ecosystem architecture, enabling professionals to continually renew knowledge, networks, and opportunities. It's not about today's jobs, it's about creating tomorrow's opportunities. And when it comes to that, let me highlight 3 paradigm shifts in capacity building perspective. The first, from static skills to adaptive capabilities. In Arabic, we say من المهارات الجامدة إلى القدرات التكيفية. The ILO's World Employment and Social Outlook 2025 notes that while global unemployment has stabilized, informal employment still accounts for over 60% of the workforce worldwide. That underscores the need for adaptable skills, the ability to learn, the ability to unlearn, and replay knowledge across contexts. Secondly, the second paradigm shift in this context would be from individual training to collective intelligence. And in Arabic, we say it من التدريب الفردي إلى الذكاء الجماعي. Capacity building must embed professionals in ecosystems that connect universities, industries, policymakers, and communities. Evidence shows that a cross-sector collaboration accelerates innovation adoption by up to 30%. And that makes networks as important as individual expertise. And jumping to the third paradigm shift in the capacity building perspective, I would say from qualification to transformation. And again, in Arabic, we say من المؤهلات إلى التحول. A certificate shows that someone knows transformation shows what they can change. Capacity building must embed sustainability, digital fluency, and social innovation so professionals can reshape systems in line with SDGs. In short, it must evolve from certifying skills to cultivating transformation, empowering people not just to adapt change, but to lead it, to be a part of it, a part of the process. And I will sum up all this with shouting out a call, stating that let us stop preparing people for yesterday's job and start empowering them to create tomorrow's opportunities in every community, in every market, in every generations. People are very stuck to sustainable development goals, and to my perspective, goals cannot be sustained. We create goals to approach, to achieve, to kill, and to proceed, so we have perspective and we can develop further. Otherwise, we will be stuck in our place. This is why I always say, when you say SDGs, always mention 2023, because you have to kill it by then. Otherwise, people would think they may live on sustainable development goals forever and ever. Thank you very much for the effort.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. So we have discussed how institutions shape mindset, align curricula, promote inclusion, strengthen financial resilience, and response to labor market needs. So the remaining question now to complete the puzzle is how do all these dimensions come together in practice, in models that are scalable, flexible, and directly connected to market demand. That brings us to our final intervention. Ms. Fadwa Sulaiman Hussein, Director General Sulaiman Hussein Academy. Our question, Ms. Fadwa, is from your experience in leading a practical-oriented academy. How can education and training models translate entrepreneurial mindset, market needs, and institutional strategies into scalable real-world learning programs that deliver measurable impact of entrepreneurs and professionals?
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain and UNIDO for giving this opportunity for us to be hosted in a lovely and beautiful country. We know that education is the seed of entrepreneurship. Good education is giving us good opportunity to have students with very good skills. In our academy, we implement internship from children, very young students, and also the special need students. Special needs students, we try all the time to give them the opportunity to have, to be independent socially and financially. How we do this? By training the children from the young age to start doing small businesses. Usually this is very difficult in the young age, but it can be started gradually and it can go up until they graduated from the universities. Sorry. We concentrate usually in the special needs students because they are the one who doesn't have any opportunities in the world. Usually in our Arabic countries, they don't have any chances to be entrepreneurs. What we do in the school, and I'm going to tell my experience or in academy, we teach the children to start to do very small businesses, even in their activity classes. For example, art, drawings, nursery, handcrafting. And we teach them that they have to write all the things they used, how much it costed, and how much they want to sell it. And usually we make a bazaar at the end of the year. They sell all these things, and we teach them, which is most important, how to use this money. For example, we teach them they have to divide their money into 3 parts. One, to give it to the poor and how to expend it to other people who doesn't have any chance to have money. The second part, they expend it on themselves, and the third one, to save it so that they can invest it at the end of the school year or the academic year, so that this way we teach them from the young how to be good business students with, as I said, the 3 things that they have to, some to expend it in their own selves, some to expend it for the poor, and the third to save it. And then later on, after the end, we ask them what they want to invest it on, and we train them and we teach them how to do it. Education, as I said, is the seed of entrepreneurship. Good education is very important all around the world. Children has to be educated properly. Now, all of you are professors and universities, but the most important thing is the education in the youngest, from the kindergarten up to the senior classes. After the senior classes, some of them, they cannot, for example, go to universities, but they can be a very good businessman or businesswoman. So it's very important, the education in the young children before going to be professors or doctors or whatever business. And training them from the young, as I said, how to use the money, this is the very important thing. And I hope I gave you a lot, a small picture of what we're doing in our schools. As I said, we especially emphasize with the slow learner children and disabled children, because their opportunity around the world is very difficult. But although they're very creative, they can be a very good businessman. Now from my academy, I have children, they have their own businesses, very small businesses, but very successful, but with a small guidance and small, backing up. Thank you very much. I hope it was very good for you all.
Thank you, Ms. Fadwa. So thank you so much. The discussion has shown that entrepreneurship education is not built on a single pillar. It started with mindset and strengthened through curriculum and policy alignment, and expanded through inclusion, and protected by financial resilience, and activated through applied capacity building. And makes the difference is the ability to translate all these elements into practical, scalable models that respond to real economic and labor market needs. This is how education becomes an ecosystem enabler, and how entrepreneurship moves from ideas to impact. Thank you all to your interventions. I really enjoyed this session. I hope the floor as well enjoyed the session. See you in the next panel, inshallah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Ghazar, too.
كل الشكر والتقدير لمديرة الجلسة والمتحدثين على هذا الحوار القيم والغني بالأفكار. الآن دعونا نشاهد عرضاً لإطلاق الدعوة العالمية ليونيدو اتحاد مراكز التجارة العالمية 2026 حول الاقتصاد الأزرق بعنوان حشد حلول عالية الأثر لمستقبل الاقتصاد الأزرق.
Thank you to our moderator and our panelists for that enriching session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a special announcement entitled UNIDO WTCA Global Call 2026 on the Blue Economy, mobilizing high-impact solutions for the future of the blue economy.
شكرا لكم. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. So, good morning to everyone, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is really an honor to be here in Bahrain. And thanks a lot also to our colleagues from ITPO, Bahrain, Hashim, Afif, and all the team to invite us also to present and to do the passage from the orange economy to the blue one. That's why, because as you know, Bahrain has been hosting the Global Call 2025 on the creative orange economy, and then now we take this place to host the Global Call 2026 that will be focused on the blue economy. When we talk about the blue economy, we are not just talking about oceans and waters. We are also talking about people, about also livelihood and the future of our planet. For more than 3 billion people worldwide, this depends directly on the marine and freshwater resources. For many communities, especially in developing countries and in the small island developing states, the ocean is not just a sector, it is the way of life. So, at the same time, also the blue economy is one of the most fastest growing economy frontiers. According to the OECD data, for example, if we take the sector, in 2010, it was worth 1.5 trillion US dollar. And this will be doubled by 2030, and it could reach 5 trillions by 2050. So this tells us something very important, that the blue economy is both a tremendous opportunity, but also a shared responsibility. So if we get on the right way, we can try to create growth, jobs, and also opportunities for innovation. But if we get wrong, then the cost at the, on the environmental, social, and economic will be irreversible. That's why we wanted to really push on this sector and to try to find all these innovations, and because innovation matters, and because this is why this global call exists. So the UNIDO World Trade Center Association Blue Economy Global Call is a jointly initiative promoted by UNIDO through UNIDO ITPO Italy. And well, by the way, I'm Dino Fortunato, the deputy head of UNIDO ITPO Italy. And together with the World Trade Center Association, that I also thank Pamela Pascal, who is also from the World Trade Center Association, who is here with us today. She was presenting yesterday about the mandate of the World Trade Center, and we are very glad to join forces with the World Trade Center Association, because their global network of offices around the world, that they will support also us in promoting and also on mentoring all the solutions. So our goal is very clear: to identify, promote, and overall scale up solutions that are ready to be deployed. Deployed where? In developing countries, and especially in the small island developing states. Because these solutions can make really a difference, that can be more blue economy, more inclusive, resilient, and more sustainable. So let's just see a brief video about what is the global call today. The video.
The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet. It feeds us, moves us, powers us. Yet today, it is under pressure like never before. And now, more than ever, it needs our ideas, game-changing solutions. Welcome to the Global Call 2026, where innovation meets impact, where visionaries are looking beyond the horizon. From clean energy generated from waves to smarter ports and truly sustainable aquaculture solutions, we need circular, regenerative business models that keep our rivers and oceans alive and thriving. If you are building solutions that protect and regenerate marine ecosystems, UNIDO, and World Trade Center associations want to hear from you. We will connect you with industry leaders, investors, and policymakers to help scale your innovation globally. Your idea could help coastal communities and beyond thrive, create green jobs, empower women and youth, and shape a new, sustainable ocean economy. From local innovative solutions to global transformation, the future of our oceans begins with you.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. So indeed, we wanted really to hear from you, from all the young innovators, from all the companies, SMEs, startups, research centers, academy. I saw that there are many universities here, so they can spread, this opportunity, because of course the innovation exists everywhere, but sometimes the opportunity does not. And so this global call, as also ITPO Bahrain is doing right now, is just to connect those innovations with the opportunities. We are here to connect the dots. So in the global call will be launched on 20th of April for submission till 19th of June 2026. This will be launched at the Global Business Summit in Philadelphia, on the World Trade Centers Associations. And so innovators from all over the world will be invited to submit solutions across these 6 strategic areas, from renewable blue energy, sustainable coastal and marine tourism, blue technologies and biotechnology, sustainably blue food and aquaculture, the restoration of sea lakes and rivers, and green maritime transport and smart ports. So we wanted to hear from you, and so we are ready also to work with you to scale all those solutions at the global scale. So thank you so much, and I wanted just to invite also Pamela, who is our partners in this initiative, for just 2 words. Please, Pamela, join me on the stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Dino, and thank you to UNIDO for framing the global call so clearly. So what UNIDO has just introduced is a call for innovative solutions for the blue economy. My role here today is to briefly explain how those solutions move from recognition to real-world scale, and that is where the World Trade Centers Association comes in. So WTCA is a network of over 300 World Trade Centers in nearly 100 countries, many of them located in port cities and coastal trade hubs. This places us directly at the center of the blue economy activity, where oceans meet industry, logistics, and markets. Our contribution is practical. First, market access. Through the WTCA network, the Global Call innovators gain soft landing entry into new markets, local partners, and trusted business communities that help them pilot and expand internationally. Second, commercial platforms. World Trade Centers operate exhibition venues, trade fairs, and business matching programs, giving innovators the chance to demonstrate solutions directly to buyers and investors. Third, private sector readiness. So we help ensure that innovations are not only impactful, but also scalable, investable, and export ready. So if UNIDO brings the development mandate and technical rigor, WTCA brings the market pathways, infrastructure, and the deal flow. Together, this global call is about turning blue economy innovation into sustainable businesses, jobs, and trade-driven impact. So we encourage you to participate, and we look forward to bringing solutions to market. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We just take a picture
here. شكرا لكم على هذه الكلمات وهذه المشاركة، وأيضا على العرض الذي تم عرضه. الآن نبدأ الجلسة الحوارية الخامسة بعنوان ميزة الاقتصاد الثلاثي، توظيف الابتكار الأخضر والأزرق والبرتقالي لتحقيق نمو مستدام. مدير الجلسة عفيف برهومي، خبير ترويج الاستثمار، مكتب اليونيدو لترويج الاستثمار والتكنولوجيا البحرين. المتحدثون السيد باولو مونتيمورو، الشريك المؤسس ومدير ماتيرا هاب، الأستاذ الدكتور إبراهيم متخاري، الأمين العام للمنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية، والسيدة نورة جمشير، الرئيس التنفيذي لدنات، والدكتورة جميلة عمطاز، رائدة أعمال ومستثمرة وجراحة تجميل. السيدة تمارا هوستال، المؤسسة والرئيسة التنفيذية لمعهد الأزياء الفرنسي إسموند في فرنسا. فليتفضلوا مشكورين.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin panel 5, exploring how the convergence of green, blue, and creative economies can unlock new pathways for sustainable growth. We will start with a recorded keynote statement by His Excellency Dr. Terry Tamanan, President of Altasi. Next, we would like to invite our moderator and panelists to the stage. Mr. Afif Barhoumi, Investment Promotion Expert, UNIDO ITPO Bahrain. Joining him on stage, Mr. Paolo Montemuro, Co-founder and Director, Matera Hub. Professor Ibrahim Al-Dakhairi, Secretary General, Arab Organization for Agricultural Development. Ms. Noura Jamshir, CEO of Danat. Dr. Jamila At-Tannaz, serial entrepreneur, investor, and plastic surgeon. Ms. Tamara Hostal, founder and CEO, Esmod French Fashion Institute, France.
Okay, so you can hear me well? Okay, so those who are in the room, I have a surprise for you, and it's going to be a surprise also for Dr. Jamila. Dr. Jamila is a renowned plastic surgeon. Anyone in the room will get a 15% discount on the next surgery. So those who are outside can stay outside.
Yeah. 15. Okay.
15,
not
1 5.
Not 50, it's 1 5.
1
Okay.
5. 1 5, not 50%. 1 5. So they want me to moderate a session on tri-economy, which is green, blue, and orange. And I'm not an expert neither in the orange, nor the green, nor the blue. But I like blue, and as you can see, I'm wearing blue. I will do my best, hopefully, to have something informative, beneficiary, because when we started thinking about the tri-economy, we didn't know what do we want to do. But we said we can find a common area between the creative orange economy, we can find something on the blue economy that is also creative, and then something on the green, which is also creative. And as you know, we ran the Creative Orange Economy Global Call 2025, and I was handling the eco-friendly production. One of the applicants, I don't know if he's here in the room, they do sea cleaning. So they go on the shores I don't remember in which country, in Africa, they clean the shores, okay? And then there is a lot of, plastics, a lot of steel, a lot of wood, and so forth. So what they do with this garbage, they make small animals, small turtles, small lizards, and so forth. And then they stick a magnet, and it becomes a fridge magnet. So this is one of the things that, we find very interesting. I know of an entrepreneur from the Creative Business Network who, from banana leaves and banana skin, is making hair. And she's making, threads. So these threads, with time, could become the surgical raw material for Dr. Jamila, who does plastic surgery and so forth. So I don't want to take too much time. Those who know me well know I talk too much. and I can take over the whole panel. But I want to ask the media people to show a film from Dr. Terry Tamminen. Dr. Terry Tamminen is the senior advisor to the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation. Everybody knows Titanic film. He's also the senior advisor of Arnold Schwarzenegger on their issues related to environment, green, and so forth. Terry has established, he's the CEO of Alta Sea, which is an incubator that mainly focuses on blue economy in Los Angeles. So, Ihab, can you please play Mr. Terry's intervention?
Hello to everyone at the 6th World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum, Achieving the SDGs through Empowering Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Mobilizing Capital for Resilient Communities. I'm Terry Tamminen, the President and CEO of Alta Sea in the Port of Los Angeles. I've had the pleasure of working with many of you when I served as the Secretary of the Environmental Protection Agency for Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger here in California. And I want to especially thank my good friend and partner in creating opportunities for entrepreneurs and sustainable economic development all over the world, the Honorable Dr. Hashim Hussein of the Investment and Technology Promotion Office of UNIDO in Bahrain. Thanks for inviting me today. Well, he and I both know that there's no better place to look for opportunities for entrepreneurs, for innovation, and for mobilizing capital to create resilient communities than in the blue or ocean economy. That's because we live in an ocean planet. 70% of this planet is ocean, not land. But we've used it as a dumping ground for waste, and we've strip mined almost all the fisheries into near extinction in just a few generations. And up to half of the excess CO2 pumped into the air by our tailpipes and smokestacks has been absorbed by the ocean, turning it more acidic. Yeah, we are powerful enough and have been foolish enough to change the pH, the very chemistry of the ocean, of 2/3 of our planet. But here's the good news. We can address climate change and our other sustainability challenges on planet Earth by embracing the most promising economic and job-creating opportunities of the future, especially from the ocean, in the blue economy. Here at Alta Sea in the Port of Los Angeles, California, we're home to innovators in regenerative aquaculture, such as growing seaweeds of all kinds to extract ingredients for food, biofuels, pharmaceuticals, industrial materials, and more. We have a coalition of over 20 companies developing wave and tidal energy technologies that harvest clean electricity from the abundant waves and tides that predictably move to our shores every day. Our university researchers here are showing how we can remove carbon pollution from the ocean and even create green hydrogen in the process so that we can decarbonize port cargo handling equipment and trucks. We're also home to the most exciting tech companies in the fields of underwater robotics and construction, developing new ways to explore our ocean and to sustainably restore coral reefs and other critical infrastructure at the same time. What's more, these jobs and businesses that will sustainably use our oceans can't be performed by AI. So these are growth industries that are going to create lifetime careers and that can transform our world. Come join us on this blue journey. We're looking for partners all over the world to share knowledge and to empower entrepreneurs to bring these technologies to their nations, communities, and coastlines. Shakespeare said, "Nature's bequest gives nothing, but doth lend. And so, when nature calls thee to be gone, what acceptable legacy canst thou leave?" Well, your participation in the 2026 World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum means that you are part of the innovations and discoveries that even William Shakespeare would be writing poems and plays about if he were here today, because your work will also last for generations to come. Thank you.
Today we are an entrepreneurs investment forum, okay? And we know entrepreneurs, investors will not put money unless there's a profit coming out of it. I did a quick research last night. Thank you, Copilot, for that, so I can appear as if I'm very knowledgeable on the topic. And I will give you 3 figures. You know, on the green economy, $7.9 trillion is the global market value as of Q1 of 2025. This is the green economy. On the blue economy, it is projected that 3 trillion will be reached by this economy in 2030. And on the orange economy, it generates $2.3 trillion in global industry, whether is it a creative orange economy product or a creative orange economy service. So I will start with Ms. Noura Jamshir. She's the CEO of Danat. Those of you who don't know Danat is the national agency which overlooks pearls and ensures that if you buy a pearl in Bahrain, it is a Bahraini pearl. Pearls come from the sea, so we are in the blue, and then the pearls come out, and then they become orange economy. And this is where we guys pay by credit cards. Ms. Noura, go ahead, please. Give us your thoughts and ideas.
First of all, I wanted to thank UNIDO for organizing this amazing forum, which I've had the pleasure of this is my second participation. Dr. Afif, again, it's a pleasure that you're hosting this panel. And you're talking about something that is dear to my heart because the blue economy is essential to Danat's existence. So the Bahrain Institute for Pearls and Gemstones was established in 2017 as initiative of the government of Bahrain national plan to revive the pearl sector. And the reason why is because Bahrain's economy for thousands of years was correlated or is dependent on natural pearls. Now, just like you said, natural pearls come in from the ocean, and we are an island economy, and hence the health of the ocean is critical to Bahrain and to Danat. Let me give you a brief about what we do at Danat to further this, and then how Danat plays in the international economy. First of all, at Danat, we've dedicated resources towards studying the impact of climate change on the health of the oceans. So we have a team of researchers that on an annual basis study the state of the pearl beds around Bahrain, and they monitor things such as ocean acidity, the health of the pearl oysters, the yield of the pearl beds. So we keep track of the impact of the environment on our ecosystem here in Bahrain. And in 2025 as well, we launched in association with the Arabian Gulf University the first ever research towards calculating the carbon sequestration rate of Bahrain's pearl oyster beds. We know that oyster beds act as carbon sinks, but we want to calculate that. We want to know how much, we want to quantify that impact. And this is the reason why we've been participating in this initiative with AGU. And again, the key here is that we don't want, we know that sustainability has always been associated with philanthropy, but that's not really the case. Sustainability, we talk about business resilience. It just happens to be that the current scenario of business sustainability is associated with climate, but it's important for businesses to know that it's not only about SDGs. It's actually about our business resilience and about our ability to meet future consumer needs. Today, consumers, the future buyers are being educated in schools about environment and about the impact of the environment. We're actually seeing new buyers of jewelry asking, how sustainable is this product? This is, sustainability is no longer a good to have. It's an essential ingredient of all businesses. And this is why at Danat we are taking part in various initiatives, why we're doing a lot of research, and we're taking initiatives such as the Watch and Jewelry Initiative 2030 that is established by the Watch and Jewelry Initiative to equip businesses in the luxury market on how to be able to meet the future needs and wants of consumers. I don't know how much time I have, but I can get more into that.
Yeah, and what I take from you is the issue of sustainability, and this is key. And this falls in line what Terry was saying about the pH of the sea, which means the higher the pH, the more issues you will face. And you correct me if I'm wrong. The quality of Bahraini pearls is because Bahrain in Arabic means two seas. Because you correct me if I'm wrong. You're Bahraini, I'm not. Bahrain, you have the sea, and then you have fresh water springs that come from beneath.
Correct.
So this quality of water is very unique, and this is what makes these unique pearls. So accordingly, once your pH is high, you destroy the water springs, then the quality of the pearls will not be there. And this is why, Danat, through Danat and Bahrain, this is something unnegotiable,
Correct.
In a country like Bahrain. Correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Danat, they have a stand outside. So ladies, you can freely go by yourselves and buy whatever you want. Okay? I want to move to Ms. Tamara Hostel. She's the founder and CEO of ESMOD. ESMOD is the French Fashion Academy. It's a very reputable organization in Paris and within the region. Ms. Tamara, fashion and textile creates a lot of pollution, and this is something we know. Can you please go ahead and give us your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Afif. We talk always about fashion and pollution, which is true. Today, a lot of research and scientists are actually working on improving that, and this is why the textile industry is going towards natural fibers and developing natural and fibers who can be more sustainable. Sustainability is now in the heart of fashion, and many brands are using the sustainable textile, fibers, fabrics to improve this terrible conclusion. This is the reason why we are part of the green economy, but also the orange economy, because we are participating not only to natural fibers, but also the fashion industry is using a lot of plastic, as you were mentioning before, that there are some projects and some new technologies who are cleaning the seas and the oceans. And the fashion industry is using a lot all this garbage coming from the sea in order to create garments, special clothes, and special fibers again. There is a huge future and a great future for fashion industry to consider and to take it in consideration the planet and the future of what we will wear. And at ESMOD we have a specific programs teaching the student, teaching the designer, teaching everybody how important it is to respect the environment. And this is part of a creative program that we are proud to include this research and also to open the mind of all the designers who are going on this market.
Thank you. Let me move to Dr. Jamila. Jamila is, Dr. Jamila is a plastic surgeon. She's a serial entrepreneur. Dr. Jamila, you're into medicine, and now you became a serial entrepreneur investing in other entrepreneurs. So how did this happen?
Thank you so much for this question. First, I will allow me to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain for hosting this outstanding forum. Thank you for UNIDO Bahrain for allowing me to be here, especially Dr. Hashim and Dr. Afif. So for your question, it's I'm a plastic surgeon, and it happens in the operating room. And my work, precision is something very important, and was focused more on precision and our outcome and anatomy. And I've seen the result of my work as a plastic surgeon. I changed lives. I changed women's lives, and even all my patients' lives. And just for me, it was not enough. It was not. So at the point, I went to extend my knowledge, my impact, and if I could even change one life at a time. Even if I'm working every day and having operating every day, or I could share my knowledge to other doctors, and that's how I can multiply my impact. And that's when education became a part of my journey. I start submit some work in my congress. In the congresses, then I was chosen by the American Aesthetic Association as a senior faculty. I was teaching doctors for the American Aesthetic Association since 2015 till 2022. And then in 2023, I started my own academy with one of my friends, and I started teaching doctor. And now I have trained more than 1,000 doctors, and I'm very proud because teaching doctor allowed me to expand the care beyond my own hand, and this was maybe the first step, let's say, outside the traditional medicine, without even leaving my own its values, the medical values. And after that, by chance, I was involved in AI project, in a hologramic project, because I was chosen as a scientist to be involved, to choose, to improve the face of Abdel Halim Hafid. You know that, because we are hosting soon in Casablanca on April 10 a big show event for Abdel Halim Hafid. I was chosen as a plastic surgeon to develop by the engineer, to assist the engineer to develop a real or authentic face of Abdel Halim Hafid, and that's how it started. And I became investor because I've seen the potential of this project, and I was not a passive investor but active investor. And that's how sometimes people ask me how did you get in the technology, but this is how it started. And after that, this is how I discovered the power of technology and innovation and creativity, because even now this company, this AI company that I'm a chairman also, it helped me to develop even my educational career, because now I'm including the AI and avatars in my in the academy, so that can allow me to teach even more doctors. When we developed courses, we do it. I do it in Italy in a lab for cadaver. I do it in Turkey. I do it even in Morocco. But for doing that, doctors to attend, doctors should leave their practice. They leave it and they come. Now we do AI learning and interactive. We are now developing an avatar. By the way, we developed the first human avatar for the biggest telecom company, Morocco Telecom in Africa, and we're honored to be the company beyond this. And that's how connect in different sectors like AI, creativity, science, medical health. Like I improved my income, I improved my activity, and like I growth. I didn't see myself by connecting all the sector that I dilute my identity. In fact, I straighten it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I know Dr. Jamil is a multi-talented, and this is typical of any entrepreneur.
Yeah.
You know, when you see an opportunity, you build on it, you invest in it, and so forth. So, I believe I have a new speaker on the panel that I didn't know was there because I thought Dr. Dukhairi was not here, and I believe our gentleman is representing. Yes. Huh? Okay, at least somebody should have told me. So I believe you have a few words you would like to say. The Arab Organization for Agricultural Development is one of the leading organizations in the Arab region under the League of Arab States that they mainly work on agropreneurs and so forth. So if, please.
Well, thank you so much, and sorry for disturbance. I thought organizers have told you already that I'm replacing Dr. Ibrahim because he couldn't join really for some unseen reasons. My name is Dr. Amr Farouk. In fact, I'm working in different organizations in Egypt, in the Academy of Scientific Research and Technology mainly. And I'm here to speak about the effort that has been done and being doing with AOED in terms of green innovation in Arab countries. This organization is a part of Arab League, as you may know, and our effort is being disseminated all over all Arab countries, and particularly we are very interested now in smart agriculture and green technology as well as innovation. So one of the things we are doing really with collaboration with different countries in the Arab world is to have some workshop to really spread the word about innovation and how really the organization might help in the deep tech in the field of agriculture. Because, of course, as you kindly mentioned in the beginning, almost the triple economy is contributing almost 10% of the global economy. And if we added some science and technology to those topics, I think this percentage might be increased. The previous speaker in the last session, one of the professor, I didn't remember his name, was talking about the academia and really the challenge as the barrier for academics to join the innovation ecosystem. In fact, this mixture may also help to add some science technology and deep technology as well to the blue, green, and orange economy. Also, the organization have established a virtual incubator that allow us to accept some ideas from different Arab countries, from different innovators all over Arab countries, and support them either through mentorship or even matching with some investors and some grants, really grants to achieve their goals. We have really working with different disciplines. I would say biotechnology, maybe it's considered green and blue, may rely under the two disciplines. So biotechnology, smart agriculture, as I said, IoT, artificial intelligence, this is all technologies that related to green technology and also have the flavor of the deep tech. This mixture may allow us really in the very near future to have some successful startups in the Arab countries working in the field of green innovation. Thank you.
Ihab, can you open the mic here, please? I want to give a small advice to our AMG team. The table, the chairs, one row, you don't see what's happening. Nushad, for the next session, please make the seats like a small arc because I can only see Tamara and Noura. So I don't know if Paulo and Sophia are here or they went out. Sophia is from the Creative Business Network in Denmark. They are the leader in creative across all sectors. So Sophia is a newcomer to the Creative Business Network, but you're an old-timer, quote-unquote, in the creativity industry. I know you have ideas on the creative platform, virtual platform, connecting south and north of the Mediterranean. Sophia, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here as well. Well, I'd like to say that I've worked across sectors. I've worked in health, I've worked in sports, and luckily I'm now in the creative and cultural industries. And each sector has their own needs, their own specificities. But what I've been learning about the cultural and creative industries, about the orange industries, it's the need to connect, the need to network, the need to match different expertises between people. One of the things that we do, for instance, is we do a global competition for creatives that this year, Mati, that Mr. Afif talked about first, she creates hair out of banana peels, for instance. She, by participating in our Creative Business Network, a cup, she has really enlarged her connections, she has really enlarged her network, and her business boost since September. The same happened, for instance, with the Italy company that just by attending us, they have made our event, they have managed to, well, to host large businesses after that. And I think that in the creative industries, in the orange economy, that's exactly what's needed. Because as you might have understood by now, the orange economy is everywhere, mostly, so it touches every field. It touches health, tech, all of that. And it also touches, obviously, the green and blue economy. One of the most important ways in which it's doing that is by igniting creativity into these industries. We support startups, for instance. We have a very interesting one that creates boats, teaches people, common people like us, to create boats by hand, combining hence the blue and the green economy. And they have, and we have supported them to upscale their knowledge to the digital platform, so that basically now anybody can join their course and can do this. So the same thing can happen, I think, for the blues and the green economy, which is create this network, this community of people with shared knowledge and share their abilities with one another. We support several projects in sustainability, for instance, as well, and we support them in their internationalization. And many of the times, that's it, is matching the investor, it's matching the knowledge with the person, with the idea, and with the skills. And that's what we're here for, and that's what Creative Business Network is doing. We are matching people, both online. We have an online community that has been, well, working very, very well. And we also have physical events, and we support entrepreneurs and creatives from every area doing it. So I think that that's it. The future for this tri-economy is about matching the people with the different skills and knowledges. And that's it.
Thank you, Sophia. Paolo is, he's the founder of the Matera Hub. Those of you who don't know what Matera stands for, Matera is a city in Italy, in the southern part of Italy, that I have visited so many times. Dr. Hashim has visited so many times. Many of you who work with us on a regular basis know Matera very well. Paolo, in the Matera Hub, you're the founder, and you work a lot with creative entrepreneurs. What do you do there? You know, what kind of things do you provide these entrepreneurs?
Thank you. Thank you, and of course, I reiterate, thank you for inviting me here, and of course for allowing me to be in your beautiful country for the first time. Indeed, Matera as a city is, you know, you might Google it, is a very unique city, and this is not because I'm from there. It's a UNESCO World Heritage. It has been European Capital of Culture in 2019. This year is the Euromed Capital of Culture and Dialogue, so it has also a very important role in connecting the Mediterranean dimension, and I would enlarge the Mediterranean to the dialogue between Europe and Arab countries. At Matera Hub, we understood that it was important to try and valorize culture, creativity, cultural heritage as a tool to foster local development. especially being in the south of Italy, that you might know it's one of the less developed areas of our beautiful country. And valorizing culture, valorizing creativity, it was not, as it has been correctly said before, just moving ourselves in the field of philanthropy, in the field of the social domain, but very much in the field of economy, business, startup, innovation. Because I really, when I was reading the topic of our conversation, I really liked this idea of the tree economy. I really liked what, your idea to have a program that could break the silos. We are in the creative sector very much fighting to break the silos between the sectors in the creative and cultural sectors. But as Sophia was saying, and the experiences of the other guests is proving, creativity can really act as an innovation element in different other sectors, can act as the engine to foster something that could connect health with the needs of a wider community, the valorization of unique things like pearls with the concept of sustainability. Of course, fashion is a very important example, and of course in Italy and France very, very much. It is something that relates to the cultural heritage, but it's more and more having an impact on the way we want to see the dialogue with the environment, and how we want also to reflect on the topic of circularity. So green, orange, blue, I think what we are really trying to do is to act as facilitator on this cross-fertilization concept. We are lucky because in the last, let's say, 7 years at European level, there has been a flagship policy to sustain this. You might be aware of that in the framework of the new European Bauhaus. The European Commission has invested money in order to place creative and cultural sector as the facilitator of a new movement that would bring sustainability, accessibility, would reflect on how design, architecture, fashion, audiovisual, you name it, all the sectors in the wider orange economy could play a role to make the life of every European citizen better, reflecting on different topics like how we are living our spaces, how we are living the relationship with the environment, how we act to foster social inclusion. And again, we are not doing philanthropy. It is all about saving money. It is all about activating in a very fast way processes of innovation, because the entrepreneurs in the room, they know how fast the world is evolving. There was mentioning the AI. AI has a huge impact on all the businesses in the creative sector as well, because it is transforming the way the creative and cultural sector are producing their product or services. It is transforming the way the audience is taking advantage of the product. So what we are trying to do from Matera, but more and more in Europe and globally, thanks to opportunity like this one, is to try and facilitate the dialogue. First of all, I really liked what Sophia said. We need to network because we have a strong capacity to create bridges, but then also support the sector to develop those competencies. And being connected with the previous panel, I think that in these skills and education have a very important role, because the more we are able to train the future generation of entrepreneurs into not really what is new today, but how to learn what will be new in the future, that is very key and important.
No.
Thank you.
Paolo. Paolo, you forgot to say that Matera is a 2026 capital of culture.
For the Mediterranean, yeah.
Yes. Ms. Tamara, Paolo was talking about AI, okay? And I know now in 2 minutes, even in few seconds, you can say, draw me a picture of someone or something. So where are the fashion designers' creativity going? You can simply draw anything now. You can just simply give the AI some ideas, and then you will have something. So You know, in fashion, what's happening?
That's a very good question. It's a good question. I cannot really answer, but because we have to follow the flow, the economical flow, which is actually coming all around us, so we have to deal with. In terms of fashion, we, as SMOD in Dubai, we continue to teach the classic methodology, because our main concern is to emphasize the creativity of our students. They enter with us as a student, they exit as designers and creators. And it's extremely important to shape them in a way that they will create their signature, and this is how they will be recognized. Then we can consider AI, which is a great support, can be a great support as soon as we know the limit of it. That this is a personal matter of everybody. And I will say this is out of our subject, because in all domains, you can ask the AI to do the job for you. We teach them the limit of that, we show them the consequences, and then the worldwide economy will do the rest. For us, we continue, and this is extremely important because AI will not do it. We support all the creators. We want to support the creators as soon as they have finished their study, created their signature, and becoming designers. This is today the really the lack of for them to be supported and to be recognized worldwide. We need to think about them. We need to support, to create kind of residency, for example, helping them to go into production, helping them to have a space and to recognize. And also we need absolutely to gather all of them, like maybe under a special flag, and all of them, they are considered today AI as why not help? We teach them the 3D, where they know about all of this limit as well, and it's a great help because it saves the time, it saves the cost of the production, the prototypes, it saves a lot of cost, yes, and time. Now, regarding the AI, it can help them in the speed of getting informations, getting statistics, getting information regarding that. But some of them, of course, will ask AI to design for them, because as everybody knows today, we can replace a face, we can double a personality, we can create collection. Why not? But what can we do? I am not the one who can answer to it, unfortunately. Yeah. But we are supporting the real talent, and we have to fight for that. We have to recognize, to accept the real talent and the personality of everybody and the signature, which AI will not. I hope that maybe tomorrow we will have a robot instead of Dr. Arif.
No, absolutely, because AI is cross-cutting all over the place. Yeah, so we have to accept it as is. Now I would like to give each one 2 to 3 minutes to say whatever you want to say. But I want you to give us some advice, because in the room I know entrepreneurs, and let me tell you, the people in the room are physical, we are also streaming, so people are also watching you outside. So just to give entrepreneurs who intend to start businesses in these 3 fields or any field, what advice would you give them? And then feel free. So we start with our friend from the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development.
Thank you. In fact, I would tell my colleagues, friends, startups and innovation, it's a key solution to develop our economy in the Arab countries. It's not an option anymore now. It's one of the must really you have to follow. And we have to give away really. I mean, I admire the way Bahrain is doing really in this aspect. And I love really to see as many as startups in the Arab countries coming up in the next few years, and to see also some original VCs from Arab countries, because we always, I think, rely on some outsiders, VCs, to come and invest in our startups. And I would like also second advice to the VCs itself, try to widen your scope in terms of investment. It's not time anymore for a mobile application or ICT or logistics. It's the time now to really go forward with green, blue, orange economy, as well as some other technologies that really world is more moving forward really. I have one comment because I like the question, last one really, so I may interfere about the AI and the creative industry, because just a couple of days I went through this discussion with some of the cartoon animation industry in Egypt, and because we have really approached by some engineers, IT engineers, he said, I can make a movie, cartoon movie, from A to Z by AI. Okay, I don't need any human interaction really with this. From AI, I can write, I can direct, I can do anything really. And from the other side, real people from the industry. And the discussion really was really, because people say this industry really will vanish if we didn't develop. And the other from the AI sector said, I can make it cost effective in no time. But merging between both of them really, this was the ideal situation, because you have this feeling if you are a screenwriter by yourself, but you can utilize AI. But replacing one to the other, I think this will be, I would say, a dangerous situation we may feel. But merging both together, and this was the workshop really close with this kind of conclusion. If we can collaborate, we can do something better, cheaper and time effective and cost effective as well. So I like very much the question. So I love really to answer one of the question. Maybe it's not directed to me, but thank you for this really. Thank you so much.
You're welcome to answer any question. It's an open discussion. Dr.
Thank you.
Jamila.
Thank you.
So for me, my advice is that the future belongs to the economies that could combine all these sectors, like not choosing one but orchestrating them. This is very important. And the second, AI and technology are a fact, so we cannot deny this. So, but this technology, this innovation should be human-centered, should be ethical, and should be sustainable, and should be just considered that a tool that like accelerates and amplifies the outcome of our businesses.
Yeah. Sophia?
Yeah, I think it will shock everybody that my advice is to connect with other people and network. But as an entrepreneur especially, be aware and make intentional connections and try everything. It's extremely easy. Connections and communities are there for you. And I know, I myself, as head of community and communication, am sometimes shy to reach out, but the worst thing that has ever happened was to be ignored, and the best thing that has ever happened is landed my dream job, for instance, and joined a great team. So don't be afraid to make connections, both to investors and to partners. One of the things that I keep hearing from entrepreneurs is how difficult it is to build a team, for instance, with the right skills that they need. And sometimes it's just because we're afraid to reach out to the experts. We think that they're out of our league, for instance. But most of the times, a lot of the times, people are, and experts are eager, we just have here an example, are eager to participate and to support your creative ideas. So go out there and share your message, share your ideas, and that's it.
Paulo?
Yeah, my suggestion is, of course, that we are living in a world that is very global and very connected, but especially for the people in the creative economy, in the orange economy. I think it will be very important to try and understand and start your business for what is really relevant and the value that you have locally. So try to valorize what is the unique resources that you see around you, the heritage that you have in your region, your country, and then of course, then slowly but constantly grow in the global dynamic and in the global market. Because of course, you can start very small, but this is a very fast world, and economy is really running trends and phenomena. So the real value are in the things that you can develop for your community, and that kind of value that we have been discussing, it's even more important if you develop from where you are.
Thank you. Ms. Noura?
I'm going to start by just reminding everyone in the room, in the 1990s, the fashion industry was faced with a controversial issue, which is basically the use of fur, and that kind of, unfortunately, because some ignored that threat, that basically threatened their existence in the industry. Today we're talking about the three pillars, orange, green and blue. Businesses can no longer ignore the impact of the green economy, or can't ignore the green impact and the blue impact, because again, we live in a society that understands businesses have an impact on the environment. Green by itself is not going to solve the climate issue. You need to activate the blue. Just to give you a quick, if the world comes to a halt and halts all carbon emission, we will still have the climate problem. We need to activate nature. We need to activate the oceans in order to pull back the carbon that is in the atmosphere. And this is, I believe, where the orange economy can play a critical role. There are a lot of initiatives out there that need to be activated, and I really a strong believer in the orange economy's ability to activate the blue pillar.
Thank you. Ms. Tamara?
I totally agree, as I said before. My concern, of course, is to talk about fashion, because fashion is a great provider of employment today. Yes. It's a great industry where everybody, I mean, many sectors are concerned. If we go from the creation, the communication, the marketing, the production, the sustainability, the new technology, the 3D, and the list is very long. So today, fashion is generated by designers, creators, and we need to help them, to support them as entrepreneurs. And it was a pleasure really today to hear how we can do that, to support and to open the door of the industry, the door also of the success. And this is why also the green economy, the orange economy, the blue economy is also part of fashion. Today we have seen in some sectors middle markets going a little bit to disappear for many economical reasons. This is why I, since a long time, say this is the good time for the creators to come with their signature and to show them another idea of fashion, another style, but where only the creativity will have a place. We have developed here in Bahrain a specific program to emphasize and to highlight the creativity of many designers of here of Bahrain, and it's really a great success because creativity is the engine of fashion. And I want to add it as an entrepreneurs, their concern is our concern. So I am very happy to witness that we have to consider fashion on a daily basis as a good friend and a great success.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Tamara. And once again, would like to thank the panelists who know more about the topic than I do, honestly. But I've taken a few, just a few points that I heard more than once. This is not philanthropy. This is money-making, profit-making initiatives, 1. 2, green, blue, and orange, there should be a balance that the entrepreneurs should play around in, government policies and so forth. And that, sustainability leads to resilience. And without that, things will not happen. And when it comes to the AI, we have to tango with it. And this is something that, we have to face and we see it every single day, and we have to adopt to it and then utilize it to the best of the sector that we're in or to the best of the business that we are in. Once again, thank you very much for being very patient, and then I'm stopping you from having lunch, so it is difficult. Thank you once again. But I need the photographer. Can you please, we need the photo with the panelists, please. Yeah, تفضلوا.
شكرا على هذه الجلسة الثرية والمداخلات القيمة. الآن نأخذ استراحة ونعود بعد 15 دقيقة من الآن لاستكمال جلسات اليوم.
Thank you to our moderator and our panelists for that enriching session. This brings panel 5 to a close. Please join me in thanking our keynote speakers, moderators, and panelists. We will now take a light break and resume for the main agenda.
Okay, it's. Am I laughing? Hi, is it? The light? This way. A nice one, eh? Yes. Good.
Check.
Hello, testing. Don't miss next presentation. Strong mind, strong business. Don't miss it.
Acheteur black. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Take us.
Come closer. Please come closer. Yes, yes, yes.
Don't ignore me in your look.
Oh, okay. You are from where? Oh, I'm from Botswana.
أهلا بكم من جديد. نستأنف المنتدى بمداخلة خاصة بعنوان عقل قوي وعمل قوي، استراتيجيات الرفاهية لرواد الأعمال المعاصرين، تقدمها الدكتورة أمل الجودر، خبيرة أولى في تعزيز الصحة. حياك الله.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us to continue our agenda to deliver a special intervention titled Strong Mind, Strong Business, Well-Being Strategies for the Modern Entrepreneur. We now invite Dr. Amel Al-Jawdar,
Hello,
Senior Health
testing.
Promotion Expert.
1, 2, 3, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to talk about topic which is close to my heart. So thanks for Dr. Hashim for allowing me to have this presentation. Let me start with a story. The story of eggs and potato and coffee. There's one young man, startup, just to start his own business, and then he felt it is too much demanding. What he can do, there's a lot of pressure. So he went to his mother and complaining, no, I want to quit. Why? There's too much stress. She told me, okay, come to the kitchen with me. And she brought 3 cooking pots. She put in one of them eggs, other potato, and coffee. And then boil the water. What happened to the eggs? Eggs, it was soft. What happened to it? It became harder. What about potato? It became softer. What about coffee? It came with delicious drink. So she told him, all these 3 have the same experience. It is just boiling water, but the reaction of them is different. So you can choose what you want to do. Do you want to be an egg or potato or coffee? So what do you want to be? Coffee, yes. So this is what I'm going to talk about it. The entrepreneurial environment, it has unique environment because it has both risk factor as well as protective factors. So risk factor is coming with multiple rules. He has to be HR, marketing, finance, accounting. Also, he or she should work for long hours because they have to think about their business. Even if they didn't work physically, they work mentally. Then they have uncertainty. And since yesterday, every panel talking about uncertainty and the competitive world. Yet, on the other hand, there is protective factors. So what protective factor has? A strong sense of mission and value with his project or with his or her business. High autonomy in decision making. See, he or she have the decision to do what or not to do. Doesn't wait for supervisor to sign or director to manage. Then, again, the entrepreneur, they have physiological flexibility. They can learn from failure. And last thing, they are self-motivated because they start their own business, they start their project, and they are passionate about it. So now, let us talk about well-being from perspective of positive psychology. Dr. Martin Seligman, the founder of positive psychology, developed a model which called BERMA. BERMA stands for, each letter stands for an issue. So B stands for positive emotion. When you celebrate even small win, you create positive emotion. So if we say about E, what do you think E is for? Just because I don't want to talk alone, I want something interaction. E, what comes to your mind? It is already positive emotion. E, engagement. So when you engage in something, you're really passionate about it, you forget the time, you forget everything. So you are so busy with it. Then we come to R. What do you think R stands for? Relation. So when you have relation, good relation, then you will have positive relation. Then again, this is an element or an ingredient in well-being. Then we have M. Meaning. When you have meaning let me tell you a story about the meaning. A wise man passed over labor working. They are building. So he asked the first one, what you are doing? He said, no, you cannot see me. I am working all the day. By the night, I get so tired and exhausted. Then the second man, what do you do? He said, I am building a school. Then he went to the third labor. What you are doing? He said, I design my country future. Because the school will get children to learn, and these children will design their future, or country future. So always look to your project a meaning bigger than what you do. And last one, achievement. So you have the achievement. Now, what is stress? Everybody complaining is stress. Life is stressful. Life is stress. Stress is imbalance between demand and resources. That's easy. It is your reaction to the whatever situation happened to you. So it is when you feel you are unable or unable to cope with this situation, then you will get stress. So stress, if we take two lines, then you have perceived demand, starting business, what's demand on me? And then if you have resources, what resources you have? You have internal resources, your personality, how patient you are, how creative you are, how flexible you are, all these your internal resources. And then you have external resources, time, money, team, your team, and everything. If they both goes together, then you are master, you are challenging. It is not stress. But if you feel your demand is more than your resources, then you will feel stress. And if you feel your resources even more than demand, then you will feel frustrated. So how to cope with stress? Again, there are 5 A. First A, you think it stands for what? No. Avoid. If something you can avoid it, if you don't like traffic and the stress of traffic, leave house early. So you avoid the traffic. Anything you can avoid it, you just avoid it. So second A stands for what? Adapt. Before adapt is one, but to come the third one. So second one, alter. So if you something you can alter, you can't change it, you just change it. What is this one? We just do it. Okay? The third one, adapt, as you said. And of course, if something it is out of your control, you don't have choice unless to accept whatever is happening to you. The fourth A is accept. When something you cannot change it, you cannot avoid it, you can alter it, you can modify it, then there's no way except accept it. And the fourth one, or the fifth one, is adopting well-being strategy. So now I'm going to talk about well-being strategy. First of all, manage your energy. How you manage your energy? Manage your energy. How you manage your energy? Physical activity, good, healthy, balanced diet, and enough sleep. Quality sleep even, not quantity. Quality sleep. So this is one thing which for well-being. Second thing, manage your time and priority. How you manage your time and priority? By using Eisenhower matrix. Eisenhower matrix is a simple tool, yet it is very powerful, where you can divide your task according to two factors, importance and urgency. So if you have something urgent and important, what you will do? If you have something important but not urgent, what you will do? So in Eisenhower, what they said, if you have something important and urgent, do it. There's no time to delay it. It is an urgent and also important. Second thing, if it's something important, yet not urgent, you can do it, not just now. Maybe tomorrow, maybe after 1 week, maybe after 1 month, but it is important. So plan for it. Third thing, urgent, but not important. Something happened to you urgent, but it is not important for you. Delegate. And the fourth thing, which is the miserable one, non-urgent and non-important, and yet we spend more time with it, like social media, for example, like whatever. So these things, we have to eliminate it or reduce it as much as we can. Then enforce social connection. Social connection is an essential part of healthy and well-being lifestyle and present a key strategy for, in Harvard study, which stay more than 75 years, they found the most important factor in being healthy and happy is your social connection. So it will contribute a sense of belonging. As a human being, we need this sense of belonging. Then it has emotional support. It will give us emotional support. And of course, it is intellectual exchange and idea and concept. And also, it has empathic listening. Empathic listening, when you listen to others with your heart and with your eyes before your ears. When you put yourself in their place and see the condition from their eyes and from their perspective, as we're putting ourselves in other shoes. Then we have to be initiative. You have to start your connection and social connection. Then you have curiosity. You have to compliment them. And constantly maintaining in communication with your team, with your friend, with your... So when you want to start building a well-being habit, first of all, determine which habit you want to change. Do you want to change your food habit or exercise habit or social connection, whatever, and see what is the purpose for this habit, why you want it, and what is meaning of this habit. Then start with very small steps. Making the habit easily and supportive. So don't make it difficult to do it. And encourage environment. Building habit also, if you want to start a new habit, link it to something existing habit. Make like connection between of them. Then you remember, when you do the old habit, you will automatically remember the new habit. And making it rewarding. Make it that it make you progress and celebrating even small wins. And of course, it requires patience and consistency. Habit cannot build between one night or another, and you have whole your life with a bad habit. Mindfulness, living in the present moment. You know, we are sitting here, maybe our mind is busy with the past or with the future, thinking what we'll do tomorrow or what I'm going to do, or regretting something you did it in the past. So unless you live in the present moment, here and now, then you will have enjoy and you have good, healthy habit. To help you to get here, just simple watching your breathing. Nothing, just sit and relax and watch your breathing. This is one method. Second method, meditation and reflection. Reflect in your behavior, reflect what you did, what you didn't do, and then setting intention. Why you want to do this? What's your intention for today to do? And of course, daily spiritual statement, prayer, or whatever your religious, you can send it. Then learning from failure by using a 3 steps model. First of one, what happened? Then ask yourself, what is the message behind this experience? And then third thing, what I am going to do in the future and change when I am forward. So an experience, don't look at it as a failure. It is a learning opportunity. So see what's happened. What is the message really behind what happened? Because nothing happened accident. Everything, it has a message. And of course, the impact of strong mind, it will increase productivity, it will increase your profit, it will improve your work quality, and better relationship, and of course, will create more creativity and innovation. If you are mentally well, mentally good, then you can create things. And of course, you will have stronger competitive advantage. And of course, you will have more work positive environment. In the end, let us hold a deep and strong belief that positive change, it is on its way. It is in our way. And with that belief, we must connect to God, to ourselves, to others, to the environment. Therefore, if it is not you and me, then who? And if it is not now, then when? Well, thank you.
دكتورة أمل، يعني أبدعتي بحضورك، بشخصيتك الرائعة، أضفتي أجواء تفاعلية حلوة في المكان. فعلا شكرا لك، شكرا لك من القلب. شكرا. الآن نبدأ الجلسة الحوارية السادسة بعنوان أصوات المستقبل، الشباب يتحدثون. مدير الجلسة الدكتور هاشم حسين، رئيس مكتب اليونيدو لترويج الاستثمار والتكنولوجيا البحرين. المتحدثين نورة الشامسي، مؤسسة نورة الشامسي جاليري من الإمارات، والسيدة لميا جابر من السودان، والسيد عبد الملك المزين مؤسس بي أوردر من سوريا، والسيدة جيتا سيسي من مالي، والسيد أحمد ديري عذرا من فلسطين، السيدة آلاء عبد الرحيم من البحرين، والسيدة طلال الأنصاري من البحرين، والدكتور هاني عياد من مصر، والدكتور عبد الله العلاونة من الأردن، وأيضا السيد باتريك كيماثي من كينيا. فلتتفضلوا مشكورين.
Thank you, Dr. Amel Al-Jawdar, for that really insightful presentation. We now move to our final panel of the forum, Panel 6, titled Voices of the Future, Youth Speak Out. This session gives young entrepreneurs from across regions a platform to share their experiences, their challenges, and their inspirations. Our moderator for this panel is Dr. Hashim Hussein, the head of UNIDO ITPO in Bahrain. Our panelists, Ms. Noura Shamsi, founder, Noura Shamsi Jewelry, UAE. Ms. Lamia Jaber from Sudan. Mr. Abdul Malik Al Muzayyan, founder, B Order from Syria. Ms. Jita Sis from Mali. Mr. Ahmed Diria from Palestine. Ms. Ala Abdul Rahim from Bahrain. Mr. Talal Al Ansari from Bahrain. Dr. Hani Ayad from Egypt. Dr. Abdullah Al Auna from Jordan, and Mr. Patrick Kimati from Kenya. Please welcome them on stage.
يا اهلا دكتور هشام يا وعليكم السلام ورحمه الله.
السلام عليكم. Do we still have the energy as in the morning? Because that will power you, those future voices. Well, we dedicated this for the first time to dedicate a special panel for the future voices. I will explain to you, what do you mean by future voices? My friend Ibukini, you are a power of future voices. You have been empowering men and women, you know, worldwide. Mrs. Kate, she was with us here yesterday for the One Young World. She's empowering, you know, future voices. The WEF is the empowerment of future voices. And when we talk about future voices, we are not talking only about entrepreneurs. We talk about young people, which for decades they have been listening to us. Now is the time that we listen to them. It is the time to unleash their potential. It is the time to unleash their talent. It is the time to unleash their knowledge. It is the time to share with them the future of this living together. We cannot just live and we cannot just listen to only politicians and decision makers. They should influence decision makers. In different cultures, especially in our culture, that we always used to take the wisdom from our grandmothers and grandfathers, the wisdom. Not always the knowledge, but the wisdom, because they have more experience and they wanted to guide us and to advise us, but in a very nice, very diplomatic way. But it is not by order, it is by transfer, by love, and by caring. This is what we're trying to do now. So we will start, you see, I know that we have a long line, but I would like that when we interact between here and between the floor, because also we have a lot of future young voices are there, but also I need some of you, like Mrs. Ibukini, Mr. Reem Badran, and others, they can also chip in the discussion. And I would like if Mrs. Ibukini will give the final recommendations. She will listen to what they're saying, and then I will need her to tell us what we should do more. Exactly. Can you do that, Mr. Ibukini? I'm sure you will do that. I will start with a future voice which I know her quite well, and I have been following what she has been doing for years. Mrs. Ala Abdul Rahim, Ala Technology. and she has just been nominated last year as an ambassador to One Young World. Mr. Ala, in just 1 minute, tell me, what do you give us as a message? What do you need us to do?
Thank you, Doctor, for this opportunity. And thank you so much to represent Bahraini entrepreneurs' voice here in such event. What I believe that we are lucky that we are here, the entrepreneurs, all of us, we can meet all the regulators and all decision makers, and we can show them our voices. So we can show
But
them.
how can you do that?
By communication, building bridges between the entrepreneurs, the investors, and the regulators.
But I think on what are you doing yourself, you know? Because you have been doing programs to enhance children innovation.
Correct.
And just last month you have been asked to go and meet His Majesty our King because they knew about you.
Yeah.
You see, this is the way the message should be transferred to them. You know, because even in our culture, sometimes it's difficult to talk to, big people, older people. But when they know what they're doing, they want to know more.
So what I'm doing, this is Ala Abdul Rahim from Kingdom of Bahrain, and I have Butterfly Technology, a company started with my first invention, which was nail polish mixer, a machine that can produce any color of nail polish in less than 60 seconds. This invention won Microsoft competition, first place in Bahrain. Then I went to Pan-Arab semi-final. It won the first place in Pan-Arab semi-final. And then I went to Seattle with my dream and to represent Bahrain there. And alhamdulillah, I won the third place globally. And then I came back with this knowledge, with this experience. And I didn't keep this only for myself. However, I wanted to share this with Bahraini youth and Bahraini inventor, whoever have an idea. So
this is how you reach your voice. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Talal Ansari, you're also an ambassador for One Young World. What was your voice in One Young World last year in Munich?
First of all, thank you, Dr. Hashim, for this generous invitation, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the entire UNIDA team for organizing this amazing conference. To answer your question, Doctor, I was a delegate in the One Young World conference, me and my colleague, Mrs. Ala Abdul Rahim, and I participated there representing the Kingdom of Bahrain and learning from youth from all around the world. Now, are we talking about in the entrepreneurship context specifically?
Yes, because you're an entrepreneur.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Here is a mix. There are entrepreneurs,
yes.
There are activists, they are into NGOs, they are into education, so it is a mix. Yes, tell us from an entrepreneurial point of view.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. So, in Bahrain is an easy country to start a business. But there are gaps. Everybody in Bahrain, when we talk about youth, now they know how to launch a startup. But the problem is, after they launch a startup, they don't know how to build a company.
But what was your voice in your experience as an entrepreneur? How people start listening to you? I mean, decision makers, policy makers, even your family, What you did?
My voice in the One Young World Conference and as an entrepreneur is to not ever stop trying to seek what you as youth and as an entrepreneur want to achieve and attain. You want to achieve your dream, go after it, do not stop, keep seeking it, and keep crossing all the bridges and winning challenges.
Fine. You, just quickly, because I want to get that from you. You have been working here with the American Embassy. They have been investing and financing your activities. How did you convince them? What do you have?
How did I convince them?
Yes, how did they finance your activity here?
Okay, so just to bring everybody into the context, so my company attained a huge sponsorship and grants from the US Department of State. We implemented a program 4 years ago in Bahrain called the YouTube Masters Program. We won this grant again last year as well, and it's, alhamdulillah, ongoing still. We approached the US Department of State. We seeked out their interest. And when we got the opportunity to sit with them on the table, what they wanted to do, they wanted to help youth in Bahrain. What we had an innovative idea, a program called the YouTube Masters Program to help people.
YouTube Masters.
YouTube Masters Program, yes. To help people to create content on YouTube and social media and get their talents and voices out there. This aligned with a lot of what they wanted to do in the region and specifically in Bahrain.
So that's it, that's the message.
Yes.
You know, he have developed a content of a program to help youth to be YouTube masters, because through YouTube, this is through digitalization that you can reach, you know, a big number of youth. This is your message, that your voice, that you can help others by digital technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Ms. Lamia Jaber, I know that you have studied the American University in Sharjah. You went to Italy, you did your master's in digitalization and entrepreneurship. And now you are in the first step of being an entrepreneur with an Italian company in what we call it reversing age. You know, did you hear that Bukini just new? Reversing your age. I like that. You know? Yeah, we all need that, reversing our age. Sonia also need that. Reem Badran, Dr. Amuna Al-Mullah need that. You know? In your message, how did you convince this Italian company, you know, that you can be part of them and you can assist them, especially in marketing their product, especially here in the MENA region?
Thank you, Dr. Hashim, for the introduction, and thank you everyone for being here. It really is an honor to be sitting in front of like really inspiring entrepreneurs, both young and old. And actually, my journey with entrepreneurship started even before I realized it, from with kicking off my journey in doing my master's in digital innovation and working, and my working experience in e-commerce management and digital strategy. I've worked across both regions in the Middle East as well as in Europe. And this gave me the ability to have an insight or to try to build something between science and wellness in two different cultures. How did I convince the Italian biotechnology to partner with me into bringing such anti-aging products into the Middle East region? Nowadays, what we see in our region, everyone talks about wanting to feel healthier, wanting to age better, want to feel energetic, but in our region, it's a bit tricky to find products or solutions that are safe, reliable, and scientific. Especially in the anti-aging industry. There's a lot of noise in the industry about quick fixes, marketing misinformation, and quick promises from an aesthetic part. But when true longevity starts from a cellular level, and this is what we're trying to change the narrative in the anti-aging industry. It's not to market it in a way of that we will work towards providing a quick fix, but in the transparency and education with collaborating with doctors from the region, wellness experts, of how you could age better, how you could feel more energetic, and to really change the narrative behind the fear of aging.
So, what was your voice into that? You know, what was the message you were trying to give to this Italian company?
So what I want to bring to the Italian company, to the European perspective from the Middle East version is that there's a lot of similarities, especially in the normal human cycle of aging and the fear that comes with aging, and wanting to feel this, to not feel the fear of age. Not just from an external beauty, but from a cellular level. This is what we're trying to bring to the table.
Sure. So from your knowledge of digitalization and your knowledge of your experience by convincing them that you can be a good marketing expert, that you know the two cultures, you know the European culture and you know the Middle Eastern culture, that you can be a good communicator with them. So this is the way they have been convinced with your voice that you can do the job. By the way, the first two, Ala and Talal, they're from Bahrain. Lamia, she's from Sudan. Thank you, Lamia. I move now to Mali. You know, most of them, which they're here from Africa and the Arab region, you know, which is very important for us, and how we develop synergies of these voices. Digita Sisi from Mali. I know now you're an intern working at the atomic energy, but I know that you did your, finish your master's degree. In a big organization like the atomic energy, especially now with what's happening between the US and Iran and so on, what was your voice in this organization?
I'd just like to start off by thanking Dr. Hashim directly and thanking all of you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. So lending my voice in the corporate space, I am specialized in communications, all things written and multilingual communications, and especially in the space of an international organization, I lend my voice through the diverse experiences that I've had through being ethnically from Mali, culturally from Mali, being raised in Europe, and being born in the United States. So I have a kind of like global, multilingual, and multicultural upbringing that I bring as well to an international organization where there's plenty of people from many, many places. Like today, like on this panel.
What is Hassan?
So my entrepreneurship also comes twofold. So I also am a journalist. I write for magazines, and I'm a freelance journalist. I write on culture, on music, on fashion. And on the other hand, I also founded and I'm editor-in-chief of my own magazine platform called NIMAG. And I platform stories about the African diaspora everywhere in the world. So creativity, music, fashion, culture, politics, history. So it kind of encompasses everything. So
you can be our voice for the creative orange economy.
Exactly, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick from Kenya. Patrick, well, here the way we organize this, I have 6 panelists which I'm familiar with, and I have 4 panelists which I'm not familiar with, okay? This is also the mix, but we want to hear all of these voices. Patrick, I know that you're an entrepreneur, but you're an activist, mainly in environmental aspects, and I know that you have established the first magazine for entrepreneurship in Kenya, but you are also an entrepreneur, okay? So what was your voice to the Kenyan community and beyond? Because I know also you started to work in other African countries.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hashim. And it is a great opportunity to share the voice for the future. And we're looking at it based on the climate change and renewable energy. As a company, currently we have developed an electric vehicle that can be charged from any socket, the way we charge our laptops. And what we are looking at, we use 3 principles: understand, simplify, and connect. Because
your voice in the green economy, the green sector.
Yes.
And you can raise your voice into that.
Yes.
But you have the experience already, you have developed these programs in Kenya and beyond in some other African countries.
Yes. So what we are looking at is Africa is a young continent. We always say every African is a teenager. An average age of an African is 19 years. So we're looking at this as a generation that needs to be put in the world map with employment and being able to do things for themselves. We are in a digital age, and we're looking at how do we then ensure that no one is left behind. So the easier way to do it is through entrepreneurship, and we are encouraging everyone to do this. In electric mobility, we are enhancing our income for the youth because majority of the people in last mile logistics are young people below 35.
Sure. We have another entrepreneur here from Idissa, from Kenya. Is here? Because I know that also you're an influencer for women in rural areas. Tell me, what are you doing? What is your voice there? You have a microphone here?
I take this opportunity to thank you, Nido. I trained here at 2009, and it became an eye-opener to me. When I went there, I was able to go to the government, and we established a university. Today, I am really thrilled here. I've got Dennis with me here. He is a product of UNIDO Itipo Bahrain. When I was trained, I didn't just go and sit. I faced the government. I live in a remote area. The university was established, and today I'm happy because I have grown what I received from Itipo, UNIDO, Bahrain. Where is Dennis? Ladies, he's somewhere. And today he has won an award. He is an orphan. So I'm looking forward to handle this boy to Dr. Hashim, Afif, and the UNIDO management to take care of him. Yesterday we are told here, we should not just be listeners, or we should not just talk. Whatever we get from here, we go and implement.
Can you sing for us?
UNIDO Itipo Bahrain is organized and caring, inviting nations from all over the world, teaching nations digital innovation. We congratulate you, Nido, Itipo Manamba Bahrain. They are organized and caring. They are organized and caring, inviting people, training nations, culture, heritage, and trade. Inviting nations from all over the world, training people, eco-friendly production. We congratulate you, Nido, Itipo Manamba Bahrain. We congratulate you, Nido. They are doing a great work in the world, training people, training women, training unit, training community. It's for us to go and implement. It's for us to go and work and bring production. Thank you, Unido Itipo, Manama, Bahrain. God bless you mightily.
Thank you, Adisa, for this beautiful voice. We all heard your voice from Kenya, from Africa. I will move now to Dr. Hani Ayad from Innovest. Dr. Hani Ayad is a professor at the Arab Academy for Science and Technology, but he is an economic activist, I know, in Egypt and in the whole Arab region to enhance innovation and entrepreneurship. Let us hear your voice, Dr. Hani.
Thank you, Dr. Hashim, for the invitation and this opportunity. And really, my voice, it will go from the different hats that I'm used to play as university professor, or as an activist in the entrepreneurship ecosystem, or also as an responsible at the government at a certain time. So during these kind of different types of activities, from the university background, my voice will be for the other professors and the students. Never, don't make anything, make your dream stop. Start to innovate, start to convert your brilliant idea into the real businesses. And from the, even the governmental supporting positioning, my voice will go through supporting the innovation and entrepreneurship, because that will lead the economic empowerment of any nation. And lastly, from the NGO hat, or YEN, that I'm chairperson of, is all the entrepreneurship ecosystem has to play all together.
How your voice reach all of these different communities, from universities to governments to NGOs?
Bringing all in one table, all representing their opportunities, not talking anymore about the challenges. We have a lot of the challenges that we already know, but the answer is the butt of the what Dr. Khalid Hanafi yesterday mentioned. We have all the resources scattered, so my voice here, it's about the collaboration and bringing all the opportunities in one table.
So the voice is how we can partner government, private sector, NGO, and education. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hani. I will move to Dr. Noura Shamsi. She is the Vice President of the Emirates Youth Council for Entrepreneurship and founder of Noura Shamsi Jewelry. So you're an entrepreneur and you are an activist. Tell us your voice.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Hashim. It's such an honor to be a part of this discussion panel today, representing Emirati entrepreneurs, as well as the founder of my own brand, as well as an AI expert and leading my own consultancy in digital transformation. So I would like to start with part of being in the member of the Council of the Emirati Entrepreneurship Council as youth only council. This initiative was directed by His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai. And this council was directed by our cabin of the United Arab Emirates. So it's a very high level of council that youth is part of the policy making and part of the leadership of actually deploying their whatever youth having difficulty in. We are the voices of youth, that we're the change makers of the difficulties they're facing in general. So today, I'm a founder before being part of this council. So as youth, we see the issues they have, and we try to delegate it, and we try to actually work with government entities and leaders in that field to help the solution and to help find actually tangible results for entrepreneurship. Focusing on, as a founder of Noura Shamsi Jewelry, I own manufacturing in the jewelry manufacturing field. I am not only as a director of jewelry, but we also incubate jewelers. We help designers to actually, startups to actually design their own piece and understand the techniques and the manufacturing and the cost for jewelry making in general. So we're not only selling our own pieces, but we incubate startups in the same field, in the same sector of jewelry making.
So, you know, we have a voice here where she can influence decision and policy makers, you know. And also this comes from her passion to be an entrepreneur in the orange creative economy as a jeweler, but also her voice goes to other talented, you know, entrepreneurs in the jewelry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Noura. I will move now to Abdel Malik Al-Mudayyin, founder of B Order from Syria.
How are you?
تقدر تتكلم بالعربي مترجم وتتكلم بالإنجليزي.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sure.
So basically, I'm Abdel Malik. I came from Syria. I would like to thank you and my teams and colleagues for inviting us to this event. It's our first time in Bahrain, and we really like the vibes, and it's very welcoming. So basically, we started B Order in 2016, and if you all know, it was one of the most challenging times in the Syrian history.
Raise your voice.
Yeah, so we started B Order in 2016, and it was most of the challenging time in the Syrian history. Why we started B Order at that time? Because we wanted to be against all the odds. We thought startups and entrepreneurship might be the tool to overcome challenges that you might face in war zones, like what was happening in Syria. We were aiming, our mission was to deliver happiness. We call it deliver happiness, since we are a food delivery platform. So we built a mission, okay, since the whole vibes and the whole economy was almost falling down, we want to give people some hope. So we said we want to deliver happiness, and so we were focusing on delivering food and basics to the houses. So at that time, maybe now it seems like easy, but at that time, it was like convincing people, yes, you can open a mobile phone and you can place an order at a time where internet was unstable. Smartphones were only being used for doing calls for the people at distance. So it was magic for people at that time. We were able, now we can say, after like around 9 years, we were able to create more than 3,000 job opportunities. Our team consists of 90 very talented developers, designers. We needed to bring like those fresh graduates and tell them, look, although against all the odds, you still can learn about UI UX. You still can create a product that looks like similar to something that's happening in the GCC or even North America. And we try to imitate those. We try to bring those applications, try to do something similar to them. My voice would be, sometimes startups and entrepreneurship is the tool to overcome challenges and overcome a place like Syria where war turned it totally apart.
Thank you, Abdel Malik. Abdel Malik comes from a country which just moving out of a conflict and wars happening in Syria for the last 15 years, but he also managed that his voice to reach and to give hope for those young entrepreneurs in the creative orange economy. And I would like to just mention, Mr. Abdul Malik had been nominated through the Arab Youth Forum, which is, this forum is chaired by His Royal Highness Prince Al Hassan bin Talal of Jordan, where I was there just about, I think, a month back. Yes. And there were a number of researchers, writers, philosophers from the Arab region. They're talking about, who is an Arab citizen, because even in the Arab, we have a lot of other ethnic group, like the Kurds, like from Uzbekistan, different countries, but they're still speaking Arabic, so they're considered Arab. So I've been there listening, and then I was not part of the discussion. And then I asked a question, His Royal Highness was there, I said, it's very interesting what I've been listening for the last 2 days, but my problem, all what are you doing or discussing, how you're bringing to the future voices. He looked at me and he said, what do you mean by future voices? I said, who should take the lead of what are you saying? Of all of this research you're talking about? He told me, elaborate more. I said, now, those young people, they have been listening to us, but we're not listening to them. Those, what do I mean by future voices? So immediately, because we've been working with them, because also they have a youth forum into that. I said, okay, you have this researchers, university scholars, philosophers, and so on. How you are managing to bring all of this to the future voices? And thank you that you're here, so that it shows and reflect. That's what do we need to do, and to do more and more that we have to listen to you. This is why I dedicated this panel just for all of you. I would like just quickly to go to the floor. Any voice from the floor like to speak? Yes. Give her a microphone. Tell us. Here's the microphone. Or come in the front, you can talk, no problem, so they can see you. The camera is there. I will.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Camera
Hashim.
not on me, yes, on her. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Hashim, for this opportunity. So what I want to say is that today, traffic congestion was mentioned twice in today's event. And that means that it's a global issue, and at the same time, it's something that is related to our daily life. So I'm here, I'm Nisrin Sadiq, I'm from Morocco, and we are solving this problem with a green solution, which is a solar-powered microcar. So we are avoiding all of the stress and all of the accidents that we have with this product. So we won the first place with the Inspire Her Award. It's an initiative that was organized by the ITIPO, UNIDO, Bahrain, and also the best technological projects in Morocco. So we're here seeking for any kind of partnership, any kind of support. We're in the preceding stage. I'm a young entrepreneur and a renewable energy engineer. So I'm Nisrin Sadiq, and if you want to connect with me, I'm here. Thank you so much.
So, you know, Morocco is the biggest country in solar panels, and when we have a young entrepreneur like her, her voice will be reached, and this is why in the global call for creative economy, she has been selected. We will know later what will be her ranking in the award. You're not a young entrepreneur, you're not young. You're like me. Yes. I want young people. Yes, just young people. So let me come back to, this is only for young. I'm here just to manage, that's all.
It's not democratic.
Sorry. Okay. I will move to Mr. Ahmed, you're a founder of Jirabat Entrepreneurship from Palestine. You can speak in Arabic and I can translate. Yes. Go ahead.
مرحبا.
شكرا على هاي الدعوة. كثير سعيد إني بقدر أوصل صوت الشباب الفلسطيني في الضفة
Thank
الغربية.
you. I'm very thankful I will bring the voices of all Palestinians here, young Palestinians.
أنا اسمي أحمد من بيت لحم من الضفة الغربية.
I'm Ahmed from Bethlehem.
From West Bank طبعا، لأنه في فرق أكيد بين القدوم من الضفة الغربية أو من قطاع غزة.
From the West Bank or from Qatar Gaza? Yes.
Okay.
Well, this is what's happening now in Palestine. Okay.
صحيح. القضية أو المشروع اللي إحنا أطلقناه ما بدنا ننسى الخلفية اللي إجا منها، وما بدنا نقدر أو ما بنقدر ننسى الصراع أو الظلم الواقع على الأرض. فإحنا حاولنا قدر الإمكان إنه نبعث أمل بإنه إحنا قادرين.
We cannot talk about the suffering and the grievances we're suffering from there.
فإحنا اعتبرنا نفسنا في المشروع قادرين على إنه نحقق إشي على الأرض يحاول يخفف من الظروف الصعبة اللي بيعيشوها
All
الناس.
what we need, we want to lessen these grievances for the young people which are living there.
إحنا الفكرة الحالية اللي بنقدر عليها والظروف هي اللي بتخلينا نفكر شو طبيعة المشاريع الريادية اللي المفروض تكون موجودة على الأرض. فبكل
This is what have led us to think about what projects we put on the ground to bring, inspiration and how to inspire those young people.
فالظروف الأمنية والسياسية في دولة مستقرة بكل تأكيد نوع المشاريع اللي بتم
In
تطبيقها على الأرض.
countries where it's stable in terms of security and political, it's quite a different story.
بالضبط. فإحنا حاولنا إنه رغم كل إشي على الأرض إنه نطبق نموذج. فكرة المشروع تبعنا باختصار شديد إنه إحنا بنعزز أو بنحاول ندعم المنتجات المحلية من خلال الصناعة.
So what our voice is that what we're trying to do is to promote local products.
فإحنا بنصنع جرابات محلية ملونة وبنبيعها لصالح خيري لصالح طلاب الجامعات.
We produce colorful socks and we sell it for charity organizations.
قدرنا خلال الفترة الماضية إنه نساعد أكثر من 170 طالب بالتحديد في جامعة القدس.
We managed to support 170 students at Al-Quds University.
فإحنا بنحاول نعزز فكرة العمل الريادي اللي له أثر مجتمعي لتعزيز صمود الناس بشكل أكبر على الأرض.
We are trying to support resilient entrepreneurs, to produce even within these difficult situations.
فصوتي إنه إحنا ممكن نأخذ دور الحياد في بعض الظروف، لكن في الظروف الصعبة مطلوب مننا إنه يكون في عندنا تدخلات حقيقية تساهم في التخفيف من المعاناة.
In this kind of special time, we need to develop tools, to really inspire and give people, prosperity for the future.
يمكن صعب لكن مش مستحيل.
It's difficult, but it's not impossible.
شكرا.
So thank you for your voice. Dr. Abdullah Awana from Ecosystem Consultant from Jordan.
Yes.
Tell us your voice.
We need to up our voice because we are the youth. I will start from Ahmed's story. Without humanizing or peace, we cannot have entrepreneurship. That's why I believe the first issue that we needed in our youth, in Gulf, in Arab youth, worldwide youth, we need a peace. That's why from this story, I believe we have a brilliant project that we need to build like a incubator to solve our conflict, not of just in our region, worldwide. It is like a regional incubator to solve the conflict, to solve this problem.
How?
We need to build this incubator to teach our youth how to be involved before these conflicts happen, with attitude, with the behavior, with OQP, only quality people. If we choose or teach our youth how to choose OQP, only quality people, definitely will we have 3W. We will have waste time, waste effort, waste money. All these achieved to build a good environment to build our youth, to build the entrepreneurship. Without these, without peace, we cannot have entrepreneurship environment.
So your voice is peace and development. They're the two sides of the same coin. My background is in conflict management, and I do agree with you that and use, this is what should bring peace and development. So this is a very important voice. So you can see from these diversified countries could be the power of entrepreneurship. I didn't say it, they say it from what I know it, but they have said it. We gave them the chance to share that with us. I would like Madame Ibukini to come and sit in this chair, and I want to listen to her. Come, tell us, what do you think these voices have done, and what do we need to do more? Yes, your place.
Hello, everyone. I got adopted and instructed, so please understand. The reality is, just listening to the 10 of them, it's clear that we need to get off thinking we can think for them. That's one. Because I think young people with the right mindset and the right opportunities can actually run the world and run it efficiently in many ways. They are as diverse as you can imagine, and what I love is we have women, we have men, even though the numbers are not balanced.
It's okay.
But
we have 5 women, because there is one from the floor.
This is the conflict.
And 6.
Okay, we will not go into global conflict.
This is the conflict.
But the beauty of it is, we're two sides of the table.
Exactly.
We all bring value to the table. Sure. The young, amazing women have given you value from their thoughts, their mindset, and their specialties. Yes. They're smart, they're brilliant, and you can see what they can do. The amazing young men have shared their experiences, their thoughts, and they've come from different sides as well. What is important, and I think in many ways Bahrain represents that, because one of the most beautiful things I've come to appreciate about Bahrain is the intentionality with which the women of Bahrain have been empowered as a major part of the workforce and development tool for this country. And if the world takes that approach, which is what you can pick up from the voices of the people on stage, we will have a better world because we see things differently and we bring all those values to the table. 2, it doesn't matter how smart any one of them is. One person's knowledge, no matter how exceptional, and many of them are exceptional in their own right, but not a single one of them by themselves and the knowledge they have is enough to make the world work. It would take the combined effort of all the knowledge and the gender combination to make the world the best place that we want to be. And if today, especially for me as an African, 70% or so of our population is youthful in our area, between the Africa and the Middle East region, we have the youngest population. It shows that we have a chance to effectively influence world situation. We might not have all the power, but guess what? In a digitalized world with highly engaged young minds, speaking up, because this is about speaking up, using the tools of today to speak up such that no matter what the world issue is, when the voices from within our continents and our region bubbles and speaks loud with the volume and the quantum that we have, it becomes more difficult to ignore. But it's not just about speaking, it's about speaking and acting. Because what I see from each one of them, they've spoken about what they see, but they've also spoken about what they're doing. And so it's how do we get more to speak and do? Because we can't speak alone, and we can also not do in isolation. Because it's possible for many to also do things, but nobody knows what they're doing. And if they don't know what you're doing, we don't get credit for what you're doing. You also do not find collaborative partners that you can work together to scale it up in a way that we can achieve real change. And that's what the power of youth represents. So for each one of you, I hope personally, now getting away from what you said, what will come from me personally is that you become detribalized. You become citizens of a world that you want to work. You become a united front of young people trying to build a better world than the one they've met. And trying to build an environment where they can all be citizens of it without any racism, criticism, or any sort of tribalization that puts us at a disadvantage. When you've seen something work and work wrongly, why are you going to adopt it?
Exactly.
What can you do differently to build a better world so that you and the generations that come after you, your children, will have a better world, and maybe in our old age we will enjoy it and be grateful for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You are our wisdom.
You want to speak?
You are our wisdom.
Just quickly, where is the microphone? Here. Where are you from?
I'm from Lebanon. First of all, I want to thank you and everyone for this opportunity. And I'm a competitor from the final competitors in the global call. My project is basically about applying construction technology to reduce the carbon footprint in buildings. And I think that this is one of the most important things to focus on in the world, because the earth is dying slowly because of climate change. And I think that now, since a lot of people are discussing their own personal projects, that it's important to implement such things that reduce the carbon footprint, to focus on the earth and the resources, and make sure that the generations later still have things to keep, still have things to work on. Because if we stay like this, if we don't focus on sustainability, then what are we leaving for the next generation? And I think that this is something important to work on, and thank you again.
Thank you for your voice from Lebanon. Yes, carbon and the issue of the emission of carbon is, even our Director General have been talking about it yesterday, and now we're even thinking to develop a center for the carbon emissions, and we've been talking here to the officials in Bahrain to do that. You wanted to speak? You will be the last one. I could give him a microphone.
Hello, this is Azadine from Syria, and I'm here with my friends and strategic partners, Sanad, and our sponsor for one of our event, Bidaya Holding. So I will speak from NGO perspective. We are Startup Syria, leading a platform for innovation and entrepreneurship as a Bahrain startup. I could say after Liberation Day in Syria, ecosystem for entrepreneurship is really different before that. We work with entrepreneurs, and we launched a hackathon with over 5,600 applicants with 3,000 ideas. I think my voice is for youth is to participate in this hackathon and event. This gives you an opportunity to build and fail faster and learn from your mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the voice from Syria. Yes, Syria now is in a transition period. So my voice to you, be part of this transition period, the youth of Syria. Show your power, show your how dynamic you are, so that even policymakers, NGOs, private sector, and we will be, inshallah, in Syria very soon to bring, because your Minister of Commerce and Economy had been here in Bahrain for a long time. He was one of the advisors of Sheikh Ibrahim of IOFI and he knows what we are being doing in Bahrain, and he's requesting that we move very fast to enhance vocational and entrepreneurship in Syria. Mrs. Zubukini, I know that you have a program for global leaders, and you have been working on that. What I would like to propose from this session, that we develop an Arab-African Youth Council, so that we want to hear more, as you said, from, this is just a sample, but we need to listen more to Arab and African youth. Let us make a forum, let us start with a council, and then we can bring more players. But I would like to give this responsibility to me and to you. Let us make this going. Let us work on developing that council.
Wisdom. So,
do you agree, ma'am?
Do I have a choice?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
This was very inspiring. Really, I'm very moved, and I think together we can work with you.
Yes.
Okay, you have been listening to us for a long time, but it is the high time that we listen to you. Please let us take a group photo.
Yes, sure.
One of the recommendations which we will add it to the Afif. One of the recommendations which we will put it in the Manama Declaration is Arab African Youth Council.
يعني فعلا ما يقدر نقول الا يعني كالختام جلسة اليوم مسك مع هذه الجلسة المميزة وهذا الطرح العميق والنقاش المثمر اكيد. وأخيراً نصل إلى حفل ختام المنتدى العالمي السادس لرواد الأعمال والاستثمار 2026 وحيتضمن بعد قليل أو الآن حيتضمن مراسم توقيع بين مكتب اليونيدو في البحرين وإنوفيست لتحفيز ريادة الأعمال والابتكار في العالم العربي.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum 2026 closing session, which will include a signing ceremony between the UNIDO in Bahrain and Innovest to encourage innovation and entrepreneurship in the Arab world. This marks an important milestone in advancing collaboration and shared action. May we kindly invite the representatives involved in the signing ceremony to please join us on stage.
سيتم الآن البدء بمراسم توقيع بين مكتب اليونيدو في البحرين وإنوفيست لتحفيز ريادة الأعمال والابتكار في العالم العربي.
We now begin a signing ceremony between the UNIDO in Bahrain and Innovest to encourage innovation and entrepreneurship in the Arab world.
بالتوفيق. طيب. إذا نشهد الآن تكريم مجلس الشباب العربي الأفريقي. التكريم. إذا نبدأ الآن مراسم تكريم الفائزين بجائزة اليونيدو العالمي للاقتصاد الإبداعي البرتقالي.
We now turn to the UNIDO Global Call 2025 for the Creative Orange Economy awarding ceremony.
عفيف تعال وقف معاه. ادي من احمد، ادي الاوراق لاحمد. لا خليك معاه، خليك واقف جنبه لحتى الجلوبال كول. خليك واقف جنبه.
Ladies and gentlemen, so thank you for waiting this long. We would like to now start announcing the final winners of the UNIDO Global Call 2025. Before we do, I would like to quickly say that the Global Call is UNIDO's flagship annual event where companies and initiatives bring solutions to global challenges. Those are going to be here recognized and awarded. UNIDO ITPO Bahrain hosted Global Call 2025. The four categories that were announced for this year is trade and heritage in the orange economy, eco-friendly production, digital innovation, and a special student track, unique to Global Call for the first time, where we bring in university and high school students to bring their ideas, which can also be awarded. This year's Global Call brought in over 800 applications from around the world. We have had 186 from eco-friendly production, digital innovation, 107 from digital innovation, 104 from cultural heritage. For students, 90 from eco-friendly production, 89 in digital innovation, and 48 in cultural heritage. So they come from 86 countries from around the world. We will now be selecting the top 3 from each category. Under eco-friendly production, when I call your name, please come to stage to receive your award, your certificate. Yeah? Third place goes to Renaline Grace R. Tugade, project title, Resilient by Design, Scaling Filipino Craft for Sustainable Futures. Renaline couldn't join us today, but we'll go for the next one. Next comes to Luke Leather by Nuhair Zainuddin Il-Masalami, project title, Luke Leather, United Arab Emirates, represented by Ms. Randa today. And the first place for the eco-friendly production goes to Maria Andrea Ramagali Esposito. Project title, Mare Sustainable. Please come to stage. From Uruguay. Yes. From Uruguay. Yes. Congratulations. Now we would like to move to the cultural heritage section. In third place, we have Ms. Joma Sara. Project title, Contemporary Jewelry Sculptures, Reviving Tunisian Craft Motifs with Sustainable Silver and Natural Materials. She is from Tunisia. Welcome. In second place, we have Ms. Hoyam Ahmed Humeida. Project title, Taube House by Hoyam Humeida and Co., London. Wrapped in heritage, trapped in legacy. From Egypt. From Sudan, sorry. She registered under And in first place, I would like to call on the Art Station from Bahrain. Represented. Congratulations. Now we would like to move to the digital innovation section. In third place, we have Ms. Aida Kandil, project title, My Tindi AI Assistant from Morocco. She will not be joining us today, but she's third place. In the second place, we have Mr. Andrew Faryar, project title AXM, for supporting creative entrepreneurs in the digital space from the United States of America. And in the first place, I would like to call upon Zhang Wanzin, project title Wang Shaohui LBE exhibit from China. Congratulations. Now we move on to the students track from high school students. In third place, we have Ms. Aman Zulfikar Ahmed Qureshi, project title Palm Fiber Acoustic Panels for Sound Insulation from Bahrain. Next, in second place, we have Mr. Ahmed Murad Hilmi Al Faqih, project title Truck Track Impact from Jordan. Welcome. He's energetic. Congratulations. And in first place, we have Ms. Aisha Fahad Muhammad Adam, project title Vision Plus from Bahrain. And then we have university students. In third place, I'd like to call on Emery Andajalao, project titled The Pond from the Philippines. Welcome. Sorry. In second place, I would like to call on Rand Ghaddar, project title Applying Construction Technologies to Decrease the Carbon Footprint in Buildings. She is from Lebanon. Ahlan wa sahlan. And in first place, we have Mr. Tanui Dennis Kirpop, project title Upcycled Cotton Hydro Pallets from Kenya. Welcome.
In sequence. When am I?
Celebrate with happiness and joy and
Yeah. All right. We would like to also award especially creative entrepreneurs who support each other. Right, so these are support institutions that support entrepreneurs in the field of creativity, and we would like to give them a special award as well. So when you hear your name, please come to stage. Gandigbe Aldis Frig Pamomiel from Les Voix du Monde from Benin. Welcome.
I have to say something on this guy. I assessed the eco-friendly production. I was the first one to do that, and I went to the team and I tried to bribe them here and there. I said, this guy has to win. He has an association that does creative, green, and blue. They go clean the seas, get the bottles, make trees out of them. They take school students from the school, they teach them about music and art. So they are not an award, they are an institution. This is why I'm really happy to see you here.
Congratulations. Next, I'd like to call on Ms. Ibukun Awosika for her African Marketplace Dubai from Nigeria. Welcome. And last but not least, I would like to call on Ms. Sofia for the Creative Business Network, the Mediterranean Innovation Cluster for the Cultural and Creative Industries from Spain. Welcome.
أنا هختم من هذا وخلاص. ختام صح ولا لسه؟ اوكي. إذن الآن سوف يتم إعلان بيان المنامة.
We now move to the presentation of the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum 2026 Manama Declaration, a declaration that captures the spirit, priorities, and shared vision that have emerged throughout the forum.
You know, I will read this declaration, but this declaration came from you and came from the panelists. The process of how we bring this declaration to the global international community, that we process it through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It gets transmitted to the Office of the Secretary General, Mr. Guterres. Then it gets forwarded to the General Assembly with a UN document serial number, translated into 10 languages, and transmitted to 193 countries, member states of the UN family. This is the 6th World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. Under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain, we, the participants of the 2026 leaders, development partners, economists, innovators, and entrepreneurs and scholars from countries around the world met in Manama from 10 to 11 February 2026 in a gathering held under the theme Achieving the SDGs through Empowering Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Mobilizing Capital for Resilient Communities, which underscored the crucial role of entrepreneurship and of the private sector in advancing inclusive
yes, and sustainable industrial development. Further, we commend the WEF commitment to expanding opportunities for women and strengthening their role in innovation-driven growth, and noted with great appreciation the forum was jointly convened with the 18th International Women Entrepreneur Challenge IWIC Conference, which was held under the esteemed patronage of Her Royal Highness Princess Sabika bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa, wife of His Majesty the King of Bahrain and President of the Supreme Council for Women. We hereby declare that the achievement of the previous 5 editions of WEF, the relevant resolutions on entrepreneurship for the development of the United Nations General Assembly, UNIDO vision of progress by innovation, and the UN Secretary emphasis on the indispensable role of micro, small, and medium enterprises as agents of employment, economic resilience, and sustainable industrial growth are fully recognized here. The current global context, marked by economic fragility, climate pressures, rapid technological shifts, and the urgent need to accelerate progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals, are clearly acknowledged. As highlighted during the 2026 WEF deliberation and as echoed in the Secretary General message, and innovation, inclusion, and entrepreneurship remains vital accelerators of the sustainable development, particularly in expanding opportunities for youth, women, persons of determination, and creative home-based entrepreneurs, while achieving climate action and resilience. With this, further, we declare, 1, young people as a catalyst of transformation. We affirm that young people, the young voices, are not only beneficiaries, but also co-architects of economic transformation. We therefore call upon governments, financial institutions, development agencies, universities and schools, and the private sector to integrate youth perspective into investment, policy design, and national development strategies. Expand platform as the voices of the future to elevate young innovators' contributions. Strengthening across to skills, finance, markets, and technologies for youth-led enterprises. Promote youth leadership in emerging sectors, including green tech, digital innovation, and social entrepreneurship. 2, empower women as engines of inclusive growth. Recognizing that women entrepreneurs continue to demonstrate critical leaderships and resilience, we call on the stakeholders to ensure women full participation in innovation ecosystems, expand their access to finance, training and skills development, and global markets, strengthening global partnership such as the International Women Entrepreneurial Challenge, IWIC, advance person of determination and inclusive entrepreneurship. We acknowledge the critical role of person of determination in economic and social development and urge all relevant sectors to build ecosystems that remove barriers and foster accessibility, support inclusive enterprises model, and assistive technology transformation of people of determination. 4, elevate creative home-based and orange economy entrepreneurs. WEF 2026 recognizes the significant value of home-based and creative entrepreneurs in strengthening cultural identity, community resilience, and eco and socio-economic inclusion. We call on the stakeholders to enhance support to productive families and creative industries, promote the orange economy as a driver of sustainable livelihoods. 5, promote trio-economy synergies, green, blue, and orange economies. In line with emerging global priorities, we emphasize the necessity of coordinated actions and call for integrated synergies that connect these economies to create jobs, diversify market, and strengthening long-term sustainability for the green economy, climate, resilient innovation, and clean technologies. The blue economy, sustainable use of marine resources. Orange economy, culture, creativity, and digital content. 6, strengthening entrepreneurship ecosystem, recalling the transformative impact of the UNIDO ITPO Bahrain EDIP program, the Bahrain model over the last 25 years. We urge global stakeholders to institutionalize holistic entrepreneurship ecosystems, expand mentorship, incubation, innovation hub, and enterprise development programs. Promote across regional knowledge exchange based on global best practices. 7, leverage technology, digital inclusion, and emerging sectors. We call on the international community to accelerate digital transformation, including AI adoption in MSMEs. Promote smart agriculture, digital trade, and green technologies. Reduce the digital divide affecting women, youth, persons of determination, and rural entrepreneurs. 8, foster peace, stability, and post-crisis economic recovery. Echoing previous declaration, we urge the international community to work toward ending conflict and sustainable peace. Deliver rapid economic support to women, youth, and entrepreneurs in conflict-affected and post-conflict regions. 9, strengthen the global partnership for the SDGs. Aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goal, group emphasis on catalytic transitions in food system, energy, digital connectivity, education, job, and climate action. We call for stronger partnership between government, private sector, media, academia, civil society, and international and regional organizations. Greater investment in catalytic entrepreneurial solutions that drive multiple SDGs simultaneously. Thank you very much. And we are adding to that the Arab-African youth conflict. I will just summarize for the achievement of the B2B. There have been 50 letters of intent signed with an estimated investment of $45 million. We thank His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and Her Royal Highness Princess Sabika bint Ibrahim, the wife of His Majesty the King of Bahrain, for patronizing the WEF 2026 and the 18th IWIC conference. Thank you very much. Please come all for a group photo.
شكرا لك
All the
دكتور
participants,
هاشم.
please come for group photo. We have
نرجو
down,
من
we have
جميع
steps,
الحضور.
and we have up.
نعم، نرجو من جميع الحضور الصعود إلى المسرح لأخذ صورة تذكارية.
Please join us on stage for a group photo.
ممكن ننزل تحت.
شباب كلكم ركزوا في النص. Everyone look at the middle. Open the lights please. Okay, يلا ready? Let's take the photos now. And also we're gonna do one short video saying ITPO Bahrain. Done with the photos? Okay, ITPO Bahrain 30 years. Okay? Yalla, 3, 2, 1, action. Clap, 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 nice, nice. Hold on, still. Let's take more pictures. This is... Yalla. We'll open the lights, please. Okay, 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Take the photos, guys. Okay. WEF 2026. Yalla, 3, 2, 1. And we should also celebrate Dr. Hashim. Let's say Dr. Hashim ITPO Bahrain. Yes, he's the man behind it. AMG team. Yalla AMG team. The heroes behind the scene. Hassan behind the scenes. Yalla, quick, Isa, Hiba. Everyone join please. Okay. Yalla, photographers. Yalla, take the photos. Okay. Dr. Hashim. We want to thank AMG. Yalla. Okay. Thank you, AMG. Yalla, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Please watch your steps.
try to catch him for it.